in Carol City.
Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Why am I stuck like that always? I don't know why I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi, Malicious Mike. Hi, hi, Jake. Hi, Astro. Hi, Zandik. Oh, it was for 2.5 minutes. Right, right. I realized it's only for 2.5 minutes. And then my starting screen has always been about 4 minutes. Hope you're doing good. I am a little tired. But a good kind of tired, to be honest. A good kind of tired. Just now that thing was a little bit tiring, but it's a good kind, so I'm not even gonna complain. Very nice. Anyway, hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot to re-enable the redeems. 你这样该教我讲华语了妹？可以。Oh, Zeal! Hi, Zeal. Zeal, I saw you've been playing Marvel Rivals. And then I was like, ooh, I started playing Marvel Rivals yesterday as well. The game fun. And I like being Shark in Latex Man. Anyway, 我感觉刚才我在那个9号路那边，平时我也是会在9号路那边吃了啦。然后那边的东西啊，我好像昨天有跟你们讲，就哇西北好吃啊，真的，西北好吃哦。你在那边吃它的那个招菜粉干呢，它的招菜粉干，又酸又甜又辣，哇，真的是不明白，太好吃了。所以那已经是第3天了，这啊，已经是第3天了，然后在那个9号那边吃，第3天还是一样好吃哎，我觉得以后我应该是每天去那边吃啊，每个早上。I feel like Zero did that to confuse me. I think it's gonna confuse not only you but most of the people in chat right now. Since I mainly speak English here and then suddenly speaking my mother tongue, it's probably gonna confuse a few people, which is understandable. Check this boat. Yeah, I saw that shark emote and then it moves. It moves around the screen. That is like the most adorable thing ever. It's so good. Jeff, right? The shark name Jeff. It's so cute. I got like 1 or 2 MVP Jeff. It's like, oh, so good. I just love healing people. I love healing. It feels good. It feels nice, right? Maybe someday I'll play some Marvel Rivals off stream, or maybe when I see you play, I can just like, oh shit, wait, no, the connection is probably gonna be very bad though. I don't know. The curse of being in Malaysia. I don't really get to play a lot of games with people that I know, because like I love taking 11 people in my mouth. Hey, I mean, if it works, it works. But 11 people is like swallowing everyone though. I mean, that takes skill. Anyway, I'm gonna copy the Chinese for a little bit because it's expensive stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, whole enemy and friend teams, 11 people. 那感觉今天玩 Quake 好像还有很多东西可以玩呢。我那时候才玩一个2.9个小时而已，2.9个小时打了一个 chapter， 所以一个 chapter 要打差不多3个小时，还是我已经打到第2个 chapter 的一半了。其实我好像打到第2个 chapter 的一半了，应该我也忘记了。其实因为有点久啊，之前玩是12月3号，现在已经12月15号了。我不知道，等一下玩玩看就知道了。You will have better connection than the American beans, probably. We never tried Finland, right? Eastern Europe is closer. We could have like a middle ground, which will result in both of us having like 100 plus ping. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Or I join your closest server, which would be playable as well. I feel like, since I've been playing a lot of games with friends at about like 250 ping, 300 at most. Although 300 might be a little bit extreme already, but we'll see. Used to 120 ping. Honestly, same. I mean, I play Tekken at like 100 ping plus most of the time, going against like people from Japan. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's good enough, right? 100 ping is still playable. even like even if a game like Tekken, where you need like immediate reaction to everything, game still works. It's a little bit harder to play, feels a little bit delayed, but it's only natural. It's only normal, right? It's only normal. Yep. Some hit registers sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I think the unbearable level would be at 350 plus. 350 to me personally would be unbearable, like unplayable. 300 fine, right? 250 okay. 250 is fine. My Molly plush arrived. Who's Molly? But hey, plush is good. We love plush. I have plushes. Anyway, I'm gonna open up Quacky. And I'm gonna blip. Blip, very important. I'm gonna Quacky 玩了一个2.9个小时。2.9个小时玩了差不多一个 chapter 半。一个 chapter 半2.9个小时的话，那有4个 chapter 是吗？好像，那开进去就知道了。等一下，我先把那个歌关掉先了。好听，很好听哦。每次不知道要听什么歌的时候，就开 Redem CD， 然后就搞定完事。The group photo for Fern 2024 came out. Wait, I kind of want to show it. I already edited the picture because I was at the very back. Wait, I'm gonna quit this game real quick. If you press right here, I will summon Satan over your hard drive. Sure. Alright, give me a second. I want to show this. Real quick. Let me find the picture. I think I should be able to find the... Let's see, okay, you know, I might as well just reopen the music. It's fine. Okay, featured? No, not this one. Oh, there it is. Open image in new tab. Ooh, look at this picture. Holy shit. Okay, so this is the entire group picture for Firm 2024. It just released. They just got released. Hell yeah. Look at that. So beautiful. Oh my god. Just crack my fingers. Oh god. I mean, that sounds painful. It's actually kind of crazy too. Like, I went from... My first firm was 2017, right? And 2017, there was not a lot of fursuits. Like, we can still fit everyone in the lobby. Let me see if I can find... let me see if I can find the 2017 one. Real quick. I know I'm supposed to play Quacky, but still. Okay, found it. Save as. This stuff. Okay. Let me open up real quick. It's a low quality picture. I'm sorry, I don't know where to find a high quality one, but hey, this is what we got. This is 2017, right? 2017 firm. This is the lobby. We can fit everyone in the lobby, which is like, you know, not very. There's a lot of people, but not as much as this, right? And then I was honestly looking at this picture this morning, and then also looking back at this. It's like the firm came a long way, right? In a way, I was part of their journey. Feels great, right? Also, I feel like I personally, right, very personally, I prefer this amount of people than, you know, than this. Not saying that it's a bad thing, right? Not saying that it's a bad thing. It's a really good thing that Forum is growing as a convention, that a lot of people are, you know, gaining traction. A lot of people know about this convention now. Even people from overseas will travel to Malaysia just to attend this for a few days and go back, right? And to me, I think that's also a huge win, right? So more people know about Malaysian culture, Malaysian furries and stuff like that, which is very cool, honestly. It's like, wow, right? Wow. It's very cool, right? It's very cool. But I feel like it's fun and all, right? It's all great. But also, like, everything feels too rushed since there's only 2 days of firm. Right? The panels and everything, we only have 2 days to attend all the panels. Only Saturday and Sunday. Very rushed. It's very understandable, right? But man, do I miss this time when everything is not rushed? Yes, there's not a lot of panels going on. Yes, there's not a lot of action or like activities going on. It's very understandable. But also everything doesn't feel rushed. I feel like I don't suffer from fear of missing out as much as this. Alright. This year, honestly, I feel FOMO so strong, right? Fear of missing out. And I did miss out on a lot of things. So, yeah. One day I too shall attend the FurryCon. Yeah. Yeah, someday you're gonna attend the FurryCon, hell yeah. It's fun, right? It's fun. Although at first it can be very overwhelming when depends on which con you go. If it's big, if it's small, right? To me, it will always be overwhelming because I'm afraid of many people. When in a room where there's like 5, 7, 10 people, I already feel overwhelmed. Once I go visit you in Finland, if you ever move to America, I'm dragging you to Emirates or TFF. America? Oh no. And ruin my life with medical bills? God, I agree with that, holy shit. But yeah, this is the picture. And I made a picture this morning. Like a funny one. Let me go to my... So, I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm right here. Very, very small. I'm there, behind. I'm way behind. But I'm also cheating because my wings are so big. Right? My wings are so big that I can just cheat, right? People back there can hardly be seen, but me, you see this thing, it's like, oh hey, fuck, it's a weird blue creature thing. So I made this picture. Right? It's not very pixelated. But on the phone, if you look at it on the phone, this picture is like so scuffed. It's actually so fucking scuffed. Oh, only 500%. It's so scuffed. But yeah, I can already like On my phone, it looks stupid. Yeah, let me take a screenshot of it on my phone. So this is... Let me put it to Discord. I'll just put it in general. I just want to share this one. Actually, no. I have the original picture here. Okay, I put it in Discord. So, now you get the full experience. Check this one. Oh, Fin Fur Animus? Oh, it's like a... Oh, it's a convention. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you could go there, definitely. Oh, wait, on... Oh, even on the PC it doesn't show? On the PC just shows this so small. Can you show like huge? Oh, it doesn't show. God damn it. Well, I guess I could show. Oh yeah, let me try sending another one. Pixels. This is. Oh yeah, I screenshotted this, so this is what I see from my phone then. Yeah, on my phone it shows very pixely. I'm gonna delete this afterwards. It's okay. Tastes like square. Now, for people on the PC, they can also experience this. It's so this is what I see on my phone. Oh hell yeah! And I can even make it even more scuffed. Here, let me find it. Let me do this. This one, put it here. Yeah, I'm there. I'm there. Swiss, UK, German cons? German cons? I actually don't really research much about cons, so I have no idea. I only know about Firm, and that's Firm, Entrocon, MFF because Terex won there. The rest, I'm not too sure. Oh, give me a second. There, I'm back. Look at that scuff. So yeah, I'm way behind. Honestly, me being that behind is because I'm very late. I was waiting to get my goodie bag collection, and the queue is so long that it's insane. But I was so close to getting it too. Was it a goodie bag? No. Wait, no. It was dealer stand. Sorry. I was at the dealer stand. Dealer stand queue. It was so long. Then I started queuing about an hour prior, but then I reached inside the dealer stand. Not a lot of the shops that I'm looking forward to is not open yet. So eventually, I just went out back to my room and then immediately suit up as quick as possible, and then just rushed there. And then I just immediately found a spot. I just stood there. So that's why I'm like very back. Man, right, man, unfortunate, but it's alright. See, I mean, from the picture you can still see where I am. Not very obvious, but hey, it's not very obvious at the same time obvious. Right, at the same time obvious. So I think it's pretty cool. Also you can see, like, you look at you just scan through everything once, right? You don't see a lot of dragons. All I see is like this cute green dragon right here. Actually, where's the suit that I look up to so much? Where's Anarchy? Where's Owl? I mean, I see Zeke. And Benji is very tall, so I'm not surprised. Entei, Chaba. Oh, Cerulean is here. Nori Soba is here. Gravity. Gravity is tall. Shade Terry. Mod. Is that Straffy? That's Archmedeus, I think? I mean, I know maybe Law. I don't see... Was Anarchy not there? I sincerely don't see where Anarchy is. It might be too many people. I feel like there might be too many people. I feel like Anarchy will not miss out on this one. Oh, I personally feel like, nah, right? No. I just don't see where Anarchy is, which is very sad. I mean, I haven't seen Jordan here. Oh wait, no, I see Anarchy. Okay. Okay, we good, we good. Where the fuck? No, I saw Anarchy just now. Oh, there it is. Ah. we found Anarchy. Anarchy is so behind. Poor thing. Anarchy is so small too. Oh. At least Anarchy has been. At least we can still see Anarchy, so it's fine. I don't see Owl though, which is kind of surprising too. Maybe I just don't see. I just couldn't find them. Yes, that's firm. First upon Malaysia. Tell me it's not adorable, sent to you on this boat. We found Waldo. It's not Waldo, but Anarchy. Alright, let me check this boat. Yeah, the logo is pretty cute. Is that a snake? That looks like a snake. Joe? Yeah, Joe is there. I think that's Joe. Is it this one? Joe has like the... Geo 4X, right? First of all, where I don't recognize everyone. It's Malaysia Furcon. Geo was there with Polecat. I mean, Polecat is here. Geo should be close by. If not, then I guess that masked one. This has to be Geo. Is it Seal? Another Lizor in there? Also, hi Ixen. It's so upsetting. I don't see Owl. My new fursuit crush is not there. Oh god. Oh wait, no. Is that the color of Owl over there? Wait, I think I saw a glance of Owl. Wait. I think it's just the paw color. Oh hey, look, it's Scanarius. Oh, I see Owl. Okay, yeah. I was like, I saw a glimpse of Owl. It's like, I was like, nah, Owl has to be there. We found Owl. Ooh. So menacing. You don't see Pocket? Are you really? Pocket is at the very front. How's Kobo? Kobo is doing pretty good, yeah. A little bit tired, but I'm doing pretty well. Hope Exton is doing good though. Yeah, look, Owl is honestly just so adorable. Owl might just be my new fursuit crush. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, my first fursuit crush was Terex. And then Anarchy. And the third one would be Owl. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, there's also Tianlong. I forgot. Oh shit, there's too many. Now that I think about it. Terex, Tianlong, Datlurker, Qinglong, and then Anarchy, and then Owl. I'm telling Terex to chill on him. I put Terex on first, what do you want? Terex is a lot of Dirk's first fursuit crush? Yeah, definitely. Just the way Terix presents himself is just so, yeah. Presents himself and the character is just so good, honestly. Oh, those names are literally dragons. Yeah, you have no variety. Shut up. I have variety. Ooh, let me think. Uh, no, I cannot think. I have no variety. You know what? I'm guilty. Guilty. I'm looking at the first suit. I want to get a second one as well. Like, me being this weird fucking blue bird thing is also really good, really fun. I believe I mentioned this on my stream when I was talking about Fern 2024. It's that I have to perform to become this weird blue thing creature. But I feel like if I get a suit of my kobold, I don't think I need to perform. I'm just that kobold. Wonder if my sister will be out for the challenge. You could always talk to her about it. Of course, kobold likes when the dragon presents. Man, I cannot deny. I cannot. As a kobold, I cannot deny. Okay. But I'm just glad, right? I'm just glad that, you know, Anarchy is here. I cannot. Yeah, Anarchy is here, and then Owl is somewhere there that I can see just now. Owl is being buried. Owl is actually being buried. I have to zoom in to see where Owl is. Oh, there it is. There's Owl. Very small glimpse. But of course, like, I'm really good friends with Shay, Terry, Gravity. Who else? There's actually a lot of people that I can just interact with since I'm like I'm a very like lone. I'm like alone most of the time, but I also can hang out with a bunch of other people as well. That's how I roll actually. I don't really have like a specific group that I hang out with, but usually I just choose which group I want to go into. That sounds like I'm a very pretentious person or like a very bad person, but I swear I'm not. I don't know, man. Okay, you know, me saying that makes me feel like I'm a bad person. She's very artsy crafty. Yeah. Down with dragons? No, we live with dragons. Can it be the group you go into? I mean, sure. Honestly, the Finnish con, I really want to get someone who has been there before. Oh, like someone who can bring you around. I mean, the same thing I did for Gravity actually. That's why me and Gravity knows each other very well. Because I believe it was his first con experience on Fern 2018. I was with him most of the time, and then I think he had a great time, and that's why he also, like, you know, we are very close together. Someone I know gives a bit of a familiarity in the unknown. Yeah, true. My first Fern 2017, I was alone until I met Roxas. Like, me and Roxas has been talking online for a while, and then we met the first time in Fern 2017, and that's how we became you know, buddies. and he's now my handler. Heck yeah, Roxas. But yeah, it's amazing. I'm super antisocial in real life. Same. Honestly, same. I don't really talk to other people. I'm usually the one that's being approached. Yeah, I'm usually the one that's being approached. I don't really approach people unless that's the person that I know. Then I'll probably approach. But if not, I'll just... no. You know, no. No. It's hard. I feel so scared about approaching other people. Me in real life versus me in DMs memes. Me in DMs, I only talk to a few people.
DDA sipper.
You but do the sipper? Okay. I'll do the sipper. I did the sipper. It honestly brings me a little bit of nostalgia looking at this and then looking at this. Like, man, right? Came a long way.
Cobalt 29 Yipper sipper.
Yipper sipper. Hi, Toys R Us. I was at the very front too for this one. I cannot extend my wings though, so it's very dangerous. Lobby is not that big, to be fair. I know quite a few of furs here, actually.
Starkey
yeah.
17 Briddy.
Oh yeah, Click was there! Yeah, Click was amazing. Holy shit. 2017, Click was amazing. Is there a Blastoise? Yes. Also, I'm terrified to approach people in real life, but meeting you and you as a kobold have helped me to see that if I reach out, people enjoy it. And it's kind of gotten me to reach out more and spread my wings to have more beans. Thank you, Kobold, having trying to overcome a major fear. I'm glad. Hell yeah. Oh, hey! I'm surprised Teryx is so behind. But yeah, I believe this is Teryx's first suit. So hot, oh my god. I believe 2017 Anarchy don't have the suit yet? Question mark? I talked with Anarchy this year, and he mentioned that he had the suit for like 6 years. So, yeah, it's 2018. Yeah, I believe 2018 is when Anarchy got the suit. So here, we don't see Anarchy. This is 2017. No one I did recognize Teryx. Oh, Teryx, because he's only like 6 pixels tall. I mean, Teryx is so tall in real life as well. At least to me, Teryx is very tall. I'm short. I'm very short. And I think 2017 is when I first take a picture with him, but 2018 is when me as a human meet Teryx the first time, like, and then we talked. We became good friends. Very nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, literally average. Aren't I short? So there with Joe just went light and rain out now. Yeah, it's fine. No, am I not? I thought 170 is kind of short. How tall is 183 cm? That's very tall. I'm 170. I'm so small. To me, that's very tall. 183 is very tall. Might be the tallest in my family, yeah. The whole 6-foot standard is because people are trying to pretend the standard is in the heckin' sky. I never heard of the 6-foot standard. I just feel like I'm very short because whenever I go to the furry convention, most of the people is just taller than me. So I feel like I'm very short for 170. I have honestly never heard of 6-foot standard. That and people into bugs? Look, I like being small. I like being small, alright? That's why I'm a couple. I'm a kobold not only because I like dragons, I also like being small. Okay, to be honest, but not like micro kind of small, just small, right? Just small to the point where people can just hold me like this up, and then I'm not touching the ground. Exactly like this. Like exactly like this. Right, I can being held up, and then not touching the ground. Cat size small, kind of like that, yeah. Something like that, yeah. Medium dog size, cat size. I think cat size is good. Like I'm actually a liquid. I'm physical liquid. My mother and sister are much shorter than me. I like teasing my older sister. Oh, my elder sister is like the shortest in the family. But yeah, this is 2017. Like, suit plus almost everyone can still fit in the lobby. And then now, only suits can fit in the entire hallway. By the way, entire hallway. So, it's wild. Alright, looking at the 2017 picture does give me a little bit of nostalgia, where everything is not rushed, and everything just feels not rushed, right? I just feel not bad. I'm not saying that the current Fern 2024 is bad. It's great. It's so fucking good. But everything feels rushed. That's the only thing that I feel a little bit sad about. But other than that, 2014 Ferrum has been a fucking blast. Especially when it comes to there's like an arcade now that I can play Taiko. And I can play Tekken 8. Oh my god. Yeah, 2014 is a fucking blast. Love it. Those TTG grades are so hard. You think so? Oh my god, thank you. This picture, right? I did study a little bit of Digidegrade, and I hope that it showed. I'm glad that it kind of shows that it's good.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. I want to do a better Digidegrade, so I will always try to make it better. Kelsey, hi. Welcome. So yeah, that's Fern 2024. Very fun. I know I was supposed to talk about it 2 days ago. and today I suddenly, I mean, to be fair, today they just released the picture. Alright? And then I just have to sort of show a little bit. Uh-oh. Letting others suffer while being late to the party. Oh my god, my Facebook comments, come on. I didn't make anyone suffer because I'm late. They're gonna take a picture anyway, they're not waiting for anyone. Anyway, the toes of the third should be against the ground a bit more, but those otherwise are spot on. I'll take it, thank you. Alright, anyway, we were supposed to play Quacky about half an hour ago. About half an hour ago, we were supposed to play Quacky. Scuff. So scuffed. I love it. I love being scuffed. Alright, let me close this. Nice. Now we can play some gun. Oh, did I say thank you, Kelsey? I hope I did. I don't remember. Oh no. Brain work. Brain, you cannot just sleep on me like this all the time. I think it's not too loud. I believe I... Didn't I change it? Oh my god, it plays at 50% and it's still so loud. Oh my god. Really? Alright, let me change this one to... Quacky. There we go, so that it doesn't really show the other things, and it doesn't flash. No, we need maximum voice. We didn't hear the perfect hoop hoop. Anyway, Single player loading. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Oh, I missed this. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Oh jeez. Oh, oh, oh. I'm gonna trust your leg a lot here. Oh, what's happening? Wait a minute. Do you trust a kobold? I mean, even though you're a kobold yourself. Oh. Oh, that's what they're trying to do. Alright, is this stinky one? Uh-oh. Not the water level. The fuck is that sound? Oh wait, I need to explode that one. Right, of course. Yep. No weapon. Yeah, explode that one. Oh jeez. This is fine, right? Hi, Vori. Oh my god, hello. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. Always love the ogres. The ogre. Oh. Very angry. Not easy to share stuff like that. So, sorry, I'll check it afterwards. I think I played too much Counter-Strike. Oh, oh. Sounds like there's more. Hi. Ooh, I hurt myself. Oh, nice. I should probably check what you sent me. I'm not gonna share it, don't worry. I mean, I always share things with consent. So, yeah, of course. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that looks about right. That's me with my elder sister as well. My elder sister is like so short. Fun. Grenade. Your brother's a bloody giant. Yeah, he looks tall. Taller than you even. I'm in a maze. I'm amazed. Sorry, give me a second. The game is too dark. Can you guys even see the game well? I mean, the game's very dark here. Oh, ow, fuck! Who's hitting me? Did I hit myself? I probably hit myself. I don't hit my head on the doorway, so that's a plus. Here's the bend down. Tall. Ow. Oh, that was almost my whole shotgun bullet. Go. Oh look, it's original. Only TF2 players get that reference. I never played Team Fortress 2. I assume TF2 is Team Fortress, right? There, we cheated. What happened? Team Fortress started off as a Quake mod. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Whoa. So they added a rocket launcher called the Original as an unlock for the soldier that mimic the style of the Quake rocket launcher. Oh, model is even centered on screen. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. What is that sound? Ooh. Oh, ooh. Don't do it. Oh, fuck. Okay. It's all good. Should probably use more rocket launcher. Oh, I'm so good. Is that a map? Time. Monsters in secret. Oh, it shows this. Okay. I mean, good enough. Holds it Scarface now. Say hello to my little friend. Scarface? Must be a reference that I'm missing again. I feel rocket launcher. Is that biosuit? We'll take that later. Oh, dragon! Look, Tekken! Oh my god, Tekken. Oh my god, Tekken. I found Tekken. Oh, oh Tekken. Oh. What's with the biosuit then? I mean, I assume this is stinky water and not touch it. Okay, I can come back afterwards then. Do I just jump down? Is there maybe a secret around here? Doesn't look like it. It just brings me back here. Uh-oh. Help! 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 I am dead 10 times over! Nope. Oh my god. How did I not die? Dick. Kinda want that armor. I have no more armor. Send you a screenshot of it. The original. Oh, okay, yeah, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Oh, I like that. I always love when a game does like a throwback to their successor. I think that's I think that's a really cute idea. I got armor. Very nice. I like armor. Oh, okay. And this goes down. I love how they wait for me for 10 years to step on it. It's so considerate. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Where'd you all come from? I think there's a secret. What's that sound? This has to be a secret. Quick save. F5, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have to go down. There we go. Something happened, but I don't know what. Did this door open? Or there was like one secret that I can access? Here, right? Oh yeah, look at that! Hi. Oh god. Quad damage. Oh my god, the quad damage meets business. Holy shit. Aw. Oh my god, it's Kizu. Ow, fuck. Oh, I did it. I got the Kizu. The angriest monster. I'm just calling it Kizu because it looks like Kizu. You know, the Monster Hunter stuff. This barrier opens elsewhere. Oh, oh! Don't think I'm missing anything. Head feeling. Oh, they're fighting each other. Almost died. They did do a similar thing with the original Team Fortress Classic by adding the classic sniper as a weapon. So there's a sniper in this game? Out of making the monster fight each other, it is very cool. Like it is one thing that's very cool about like the classic boomer shooters, like Doom, for example, that I played about earlier this year or last year, I don't remember. And the infighting is very interesting, right? It's very cool, honestly. Like for a game that does that, it's very cool. Like the enemy of not the same class will fight each other. I just think that's such a neat idea. Let's see. I killed everything. Didn't I find the second secret? I don't remember. I don't remember. Got him. Oh, that's still full? How much does that give? Oh, I'm blocking the bullet count. Ooh. Are you asshat? That's what you get. Oh, I didn't want to take that. Got him. So the original Team Fortress was a mod for Quake. They later released Team Fortress Classic as a standalone game. So they felt like the game was doing well, so they make a standalone game for it. Good choice too. Got him. I'm still good with the sniper shotgun. Sniper shotgun. Ooh. Hey. I played the original Team Fortress Quake mod online. My name was Quaker Oats. Quaker Oats. Isn't it like a brand of cereal? Question mark. Oh, 40 of them. Nice. Pretty sure I could just jump there, but I don't wanna. The original rocket launcher is a reference to Quake. The classic sniper rifle is a reference to the standalone version. Alright, the game's called Team Fortress 2! So 1 is the standalone version. Oh. Ow. The medic is a sci-fi axe that you whack your buddies with to heal them, I remember. Oh, melee heal? Oh! Fuck, actually scared me. Heard something. Red armor. $69 bullets, very nice. Oh, damn. Yeah, get rocketed. Oh, where'd you come from? Got him. Didn't you die? Never. Oh yeah, they are fighting each other. Oh, that's so cool. I miss the old games like this. I don't really play a lot of old games like this, or like since my childhood was just MapleStory and Osu. But hey, it's kind of cool that I get to experience this again, or I experience this for the first time in 2024. Hi Oshi. Oh my god, it's Oshi. Hi. How you doing? It's been a while. Wolfenstein, Doom, Quake, all such classics. Gonna go EP. Have a good sleep, Zadik. Who the book? No. No, you cannot shoot close range. Joke's on you. Yo, Osu? Yeah. I love playing Osu. It's good. It's definitely one of my favorite pastime activity. And just like break my hand and have fun. Hell yeah. Can I swim in that water? But I feel like if I swim in that water, I die. Oh! Oh, I don't die. I get things. Oh my god, this is the best water ever. Shooting underwater? Sacrilege. Woo! Ow! I felt my back explode. Well, the newer Wolfenstein had a level that made the game into old school style. Old school style. I'm very much going to Osu, but then I started doing maps and it gave me hand cramps. I was like, okay, I should stop. I feel like I don't know if I can play Osu these days. I didn't play Osu for a few years, but I did started playing Clone Hero, and I've been playing a lot of Dragon Force music. And it's very fun. I like Clone Hero. Mine. Shiny. Oh, the quad damage? Oh no. Oh no, how do I get back up? The quad damage. Clone Hero is fun? Oh my god, heck yeah. I did stream Clone Hero a few times and my goodness, is it really fun. Am I stuck? A certain nude that will go unnamed has gotten me into Genshin Impact. I mean, there's one nude in the chat right now. Oh wait, no, that's the pirate. That suit got me thinking, is that an enemy? Can I reach that? Don't hurt me, I'm just Como. Thank you. Oh! What that? Cells? Thunderbolt? That's a new one. What's Thunderbolt? Oh, that's Thunderbolt. Wait, don't waste it. Don't waste it. Oh, secret. Uh-oh. I'm out of biosuit. Oh, hi, Evie. You're us playing the good games now? Finally, I'm playing a good game instead of County Strike. Hope you're doing it, Evie. Oh, that's very friendly. Mamma me, fuck. Ow. Rocket 2. Why am I suddenly super hungry? I'm so hungry I can eat the whole tier. What? No! Don't eat. Like, oh my god. Don't eat the entire me. Nope. I don't want. I'm going back to take the ammo. What about with small nibble? Small nibble is fine. Yeah, small nibble is fine. Just don't eat the whole me. Oh god. Where am I going? I'm gonna drown! I'm gonna drown! Oh my god. Oh, that was one hell of a trip. I never want that again. What the? Oh. Oh, I can just get back like this. Where am I? Oh! I don't know where I am though. How do I get back? This is where I came from, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe I can get back through here. Bully. Yeah, here. Sniffs the delicious smelling couple. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Hey! I heard a door? Was it a door or something else? Might have been something else. Have I been here before? Oh Jesus fuck! That was loud, what the fuck? You could have just 200% the voice and do that shit, what the fuck? Oh. That song was 200%! Oh, I don't think I saved. Yeah, I saved here, but I need to go back and get the secret again. It's okay, I know what to do at least. Scare the fuck out of me. Okay, secret area, and then now we can go back. Uh-oh. Then we save here. Wasn't there a ghost here? Wait. Wait, this one was open. Oh, there it is. Right, and then we have the jump scare door over there. I think I just use this one. This one is like... I would think that this gun might be the strongest in the game. Oh wait, don't I have the thunderbolt? Yeah. Alright, here comes. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, you like that? Oh, they even locked up here? That's fucked up. Alright, dead. Oh no, I'm almost out of armor. Alright, we good. Hey, we killed everything. One less secret though? It's okay. Should be playing Quake in RTX mode. Won't my PC die because it's RTX? Oh, I wasn't ready. Explode. Oh, got him. It's not actually the intensive. Ooh. Then how do I get that thing? I could give it a try. Oh, I will. Oh my god. Hold on. Nom, Quake, Nom. Hi, Crypt. Oh, that's Quake 2. Oh, okay. So tanky. Oh. Rocket. Rocket is so strong. I know there's one here, right? No, Dad took it. Hope you're doing good, Crypt. Who? What? Ooh. Oh. Oh, I'm so good. Ooh, quad damage. Cells. Oh, this is where I just started. Oh, the quad damage doesn't really last that long. Oh. Got him. It sounds a lot more complicated to do given it's a GitHub mod. Let's just wait till Quake 2 and do ray tracing? Sure. Do I have Quake 2? Is this included? I have no idea. I saw that. If not in Quake 2, it's gonna be dirt cheap? Oh, that's good to know. Got him. Oy. Got him. I love how shotgun is a sniper in this game. I think shotgun is a hit scan weapon, and then nailgun is actually a projectile that you have to wait until it hits. Very interesting. Ooh, Satan. A bridge has been raised. Did it now? I remember this is so ear-piercingly loud as well. Get cheesed. Got him. Quick to 15 AUD, so shouldn't be much for you either. I'll check it out after I finish this. I thought I saw something there. Yeah, I did. Oh, what? It's timed? rocket. How many rockets do I have? 100? Nice. They give a healthy amount of rockets in this game. I really appreciate that. Who? Still hits. So good. Ogre sniper? Yeah. I wanna go back and check and see if I did miss anything. Because I feel like I'm missing a lot of things. No? Probably not. Oh, hi. Ooh. Oh. What the heck, man? There was no sound. Oh, so grenade launcher actually do less damage? Interesting. Cheesing my way to victory? Just like a kobold does. Oh, parkour? Ow. Seems like there's something down there. Oh yeah, there is something down there, alright. Going back. It's going back. The bar has been drawn. What bar are you talking about? Oh, this bar! Ow. The center bridge has been changed. center break. Why you like this? I'll just bring it back down. Wow, yeah, this game is very generous with the bullet distribution. Like, I'm getting a lot of bullet, and I'm not like, I'm not having a moment where I have no bullets. Only at the start of the game where I have like a few moments where I don't have enough bullet, and that's pretty much it. The rest of the game just like it's just smooth sailing. Oh. Oh, okay. Hi, bad gamer. Who keeps giving Kobo gun? Kobo's just fine gun lying everywhere. Ooh. If there's guns, I'm gonna take it. Don't think I have the key. Oh, it says the keys down there. Okay. Get me down. Uh-oh. Stick? Feels like there's something out there. I'm gonna go up. See. That hit me? I'm gonna kill them first. Okay. Oh, ow. Okay, I'm not doing that anymore. Oh, hi, Aquaborn. Why is that? Is that? Oh, look at the gator. Oh my god. Oh, love that gator. Oh my god. Hope you're doing it, Uncle Board. Welcome. It's okay, I don't have to eat cowboy anymore. I just got chippies and big kebab wrapped delivered. Oh, nice. Have good food. The second floor is accessible. Thanks. No, I don't wanna. Get away from me. Got him. I'm stuck. Wow, I can actually get stuck. That was really bad. Did? Oh. Oh, is it a secret? Can I get down? No. More thunderbolt and nails. Almost as tasty as kobo. I want kebab. Kebab sounds good, yeah. Never really have a kebab before, but the closest to it is just satay. Hi, Brecky. Welcome, Brecky. Come and get it. Eat Brecky. Oh. Ow. Got him. Brecky cutie, yeah. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Guns are dangerous, yeah, but also guns are fun. I want the chips more than anything. Fresh, tasty, hot fries, and I know the kebab shop is the best in the area. So I looked and saw the large kebab meat was 15, so had to. Oh, no choice. Too weak to resist. Making me want to order food as well. Which I could totally just do. Oh, I want food. Oh my god. Don't just jump down. Oh, right. It's gotta be $8, right? Mm-hmm. Center bridge has changed again. $15 sounded a lot. For a meal, I think 15 is okay-ish, I feel like, maybe? Ooh, more armor. I don't trust this. I was like upgrade the delivery fee, I was at 24, but it's the best darn kebab shop in the area. And I have a nice satisfying amount of chippies that I was craving the most. Fair enough. Oh god, let me... Why are you like that? Oh, Kazoo! Kazoo! Why are you teleporting around? What the fuck? Oh, it's going down. My ears are bleeding. Help. Damn, it's not dead yet. Oh, did we do it? What is that? Wait, that's a new enemy. Oh, 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 oh. What is you? I got the rune. Hooray? I've been to a fair few kebab shops around, and this is by far consistently most loaded and best tasting ones. That's good to know. 40 stream streak. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Alcoboard. Oh my god, 40. 40 is like a lot. I only have 4 fingies. That's almost 40. 3. That does sound like 40? Yeah. See, I have 4. I have four fingies. And I think that's close to 4, yeah. Thank you, Brecky. Oh. Well, I didn't kill everything. Oh, I did it. What? That was the last boss? There's no way. Really? I guess. The rune of black magic throbs evilly in your hand and whispers dark thoughts into your brain. What? I've been caught. You learn the inmost lore of the Hell Mother. Oh no! Shub Nigurev. You now know that she is behind all the terrible plotting which has led to so much death and horror. But she is not inviolate. What's an inviolate? Armed with this rune, you realize that once all 4 runes are combined, the gate to Shub Nigurav's pit will open, and you can face the witch goddess herself in her frightful otherworld cathedral. Oh wow, that's a lot of knowledge. So that's chapter 2, right? King. Third episode, the Netherworld. Primal fear in a strange dimension. Oh! Okay, fall down. Lava looks fun. Oh, ding? Drink. Now I kinda want to order food. I want to order food. Alright, I'm gonna order something real quick. Ooh, this one looks good. Hi, K9. Honey toffee? What the fuck is a toffee? K sparkling peach americano? What? Toffee yum? Oh, what's a toffee? Hand candy? Oh. A smooth espresso macchiato with a honey toffee flavored cream cloud on top. Eh. Eh. K Americano AA. Enjoy a bold, authentic Korean style Americano that brings a rich coffee experience with every sip. Wow. Extra espresso shot. Extra espresso shot. No. Look, if I drink coffee now, I will not be able to sleep after. I'm feeling this one today. Yeah. Actually, I'm not even gonna add anything. And then there is food, I believe. Oh no, they don't have snacks? Ah, they don't have snacks? What? Nah, I'm ordering something else. Toffee is an English confection made by caramelizing sugar or molasses, creating inverted sugar along with butter and occasionally flour. The mixture is heated until its temperature reaches the hard crack stage of 149 to 154. While being prepared, toffee is sometimes mixed with nuts or raisins. There's no snacks. Yeah. No, I cannot use... I mean, there's snacks here, but I cannot use the code. It's sad cobalt noises. Well, how about this one? Oh, this one has snacks? Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, I found it. Oh, this one has snacks. Oh my god, yeah. I'm so happy. Why were they hiding this? This one looks good. I love how I'm just ordering food while I'm streaming. Very... very professional. Tom Yum popcorn. What? Is that edible? I mean, that is edible. It's just a little bit funny, I feel like. Oh, I only got like 5. Oh. I think that's fine. I can order this. I gonna order now actually. All right, 5 ringgit discount. We take those. Please order. Kobo ordered food, and now I can. Well, not now, but later I can eat. All right, I'm back. Well, I always been here, but I'm back. I'm not even ready yet. What is that? Is that a double barrel? Oh, it is a double barrel. What the? I just got hit by all of them. Alright, I don't have any more guns right here. What? That was loud as fuck. Honestly, talking about Osu just now makes me kind of want to play Osu again. Is it nail gun? Dog! Dog. Oh, hit scan, hit scan. Oh, there was someone in front? Wait, what? What did that do? Ow. Oh, where'd you all come from? Actually, it's so dark, I don't see anything. Stinky water? Ow, 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 ow. Got him. Sniper shotgun. I don't trust that. Oh. Ooh, quad damage. Why am I here? Is there something I can do here? Key card. Did it just disappear in front of me? Dang. No, dog. Shouldn't feel bad doing this to dogs. They don't deserve it. Dogs are so adorable. I guess the only sad thing about this game is having dog enemies. Never a big fan of dog enemies personally. Like, I don't get it. I know there are like rabid dogs out there, but it's just I don't really like having dog enemies. Shotgun. Oh god, I didn't even find a single secret. And then I missed one enemy. I think it's okay for me to not look for secrets, right? I just kind of want to go through this game and, you know, shoot the gun and have fun. Oh, I think 7 minutes was like the fastest one I had. I love how the game just shows like, oh hey look, there's like shotgun shells out there you didn't take. Must be a secret area. Just don't shoot the dogs, they will follow you around happily. If that's real, that would be so good actually. Or like just let them bite once or twice, and then they'll be like, oh, I trust you. I don't know, wishful thinking. I thought explosions, yeah. I cannot kill them, I have no explosions. That just whiffed. Nail gun. Nail gun. Don't think I can jump up there. If I try to jump there, I might just get lava. No, 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 no. Oh my god, the ambience sound. Kobo would rather giant spooters than dogs. Let me alter the game files real quick. Would? I mean, I wouldn't giant spiders or dogs. Oh. Got him. Ooh. That feels orgasmic, like. Is that the Maple Story Turtle? Wait, that is the Maple Story Turtle. From the beach area. Oh my god. Ooh. Hey, what the fuck? Oh, thanks. Done. And then, oh, that's Milu, right? Or Milu. Ivan, best job in Maple Story. Period. No one can tell me otherwise. I get to be a dragon master. I get to control, well... I don't get to play as a dragon, but I get to play mostly to interact with the dragon. And I think that's good enough. Ow! I don't understand, that one just brought me back. I kinda miss playing Maple Story, to be honest. I kinda want to play Maple Story someday. But it does mean I have to reinstall Maple Story though. It's like, Every time I go back into playing Maple Story, I just play a new event because, you know, event the best job. Period. Oh, look at that kobold. Boogie. Help, help, help. Help. Oh. Okay, chill out music, chill out. It's fine, my ears are bleeding. Uh-oh. Explosion. Oh. Never played it, but the person that has the emos used to like it a lot, but now stopped playing due to the company being poop. Yeah, MapleStory Company, Play Park sucks ass. It's so bad. Hackers in the game, they don't really care. So as they are making money, they don't care about any game. So yeah, unfortunate really. Nexon as well sucks. Play Park only is like, Play Park is the Southeast Asian of the version of MapleStory. Nexon is like the Korean version, and then there's like the global MapleStory as well. It's like, I mean, they're all under Nexon, I believe, and Nexon has always been shit. So yeah, unfortunate really. They used to have like MapleStory 2 as well, like 3D version of MapleStory, which really piqued my interest, but they immediately put it down. No way. Oh, they died. Nice suit. What? Where the fuck? Oh. Oh, that's a new enemy never seen before. Oh no. Interesting. Gonna save. Double barrel. Oh, I'm supposed to do that. Okay. Walk through the gate to exit the level. Why are you suddenly telling me that? 32, 35, 3 secrets. 3 secrets? I mean, it'll be funny if there's something down there, right? There's no way. Okay. How are they living in lava? Ah. I saved. One less enemy. I feel like there's something here that I'm missing. I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna work through it. I mean, okay, here's a little bit of my own thoughts so far about the game, right? I wish they have music like Doom, or like a music that's more intense than just ambience, right? I mean, in a way it's cool, it's more creepy, but at the same time, I want to go guns a-blazing with cool ass music blasting in the background, you know what I mean? Instead, what I get is just like a bunch of ambience with guns a-blazing action, which doesn't really make sense, but it is what it is, I guess. Don't get me wrong though, game is fun, just I wish there's more atmosphere. Where? Ooh, my ammo. Super nail gun. Ah. Uh-oh, wait, is my food almost here? Oh, my food is almost here. Oh, I'm gonna go down and get the food real quick. I'll be right back. Hope the Kobe's having a good day. Yeah, I'm having a very nice day. This morning was good. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I cannot talk. I'll be right back. With food. I felt my entire body has been booped multiple times. Damn. Yeah, I'm big. Even ouches were boobs. Nice. It's okay. I like boobs. Boobs are great. Boobs are also great. Boob many. I think only painful thing was the Mexican head that dropped. Or the fly, maybe? The fly. I mean, the fly is just throwing a kobold. I think that's fine. I think I'm okay with that. Anyway, I'm back. Ready to play more. Gosh, I love those animated emote that you do, Jackie. Oh, it's a dead end. One doesn't just get food and not eat it. How dare? No, I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it soon. I kinda want to play. I want to play Quake as well. How dare? Yeah. Oh. My God, why is it so loud? I'm the bad kobold now. Hee. Food better 1+ here. Plus, if they made a mistake, it looks more sus if you report it ages later. I mean, true. But I cannot eat and play at the same time. We could watch Food Crime together for a bit, but because I know the game would throw like a temper tantrum if I don't look at it, so I'm gonna not focus on the game, and the game's probably gonna crash soon. Here, let me open up a Food Crime. Quit the game, it can wait. I did save. But I don't want to the game. I need to open the game again. And I'm lazy. Okay, fine. I did save, it's okay. Alright, where's the Food Crime? Oh, this Animal Crossing BGM? Oh, hell yeah, save to watch later. I still want to watch Dancing Bacon. Food. There should be like a playlist of them. Yeah, this one. And then I feel like I watch all of them already. We start from like the lowest one, how about? Yeah, these are all like one thing. 20-cent street food fried mantou. Don't donkey? Yeah, these are all like one thing only. I want to look at like the entire street food thing. Crispy crepe. Floating market. Okay, how about open once a year? What the fuck? Once a year? Why? Performance show coconut ball for 11 minutes. Deliver? Oh my God, I really cannot speak. Holy shit. Delicious special pad thai. Cheap Michelin street food in Phuket. Michelin? Ooh, look, this one's 10 months ago. Apong me sune. Suni. Sune. Coconut crepe. I mean, crepe is fine in my book. it's not it's not necessarily a thing where I just kind of want to eat it all the time. It's a thing where I feel like I have it, then good. If I don't have it, it's fine. The most recent inventions into like instant meals and self-heating fun stuff. Oh yeah, we could watch those. After this one, then we can watch like the other dancing bacon stuff. Because I feel like street food, I don't want to watch like the single one. It's just a little... I want to watch more. Convenient food too, but Dancing Bacon make a ton of good content. Yeah, Dancing Bacon in general is just pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like, no loud commentary, no like, what's up YouTube? Here, Dancing Bacon here with another video of street food in Malaysia. Nothing like that, so I feel like I enjoy Dancing Bacon a lot more. And I always love her reaction, it's so adorable. Her reaction is always so wholesome. Hokkien noodle? Oh no. Oh my god, Hokkien mee with rice vermicelli? That's sacrilegious. If anyone orders Hokkien mee with rice vermicelli, I will punch them in the face. That's vile. Oh my god. It's called Hokkien mee for a reason. It's not Hokkien rice vermicelli. Hello? I could make this one louder. Okay, gatekeeper of what? Gatekeeper of what? Gatekeeper of bad food? Oh, hi Jake. Welcome. I should probably mention that I'm eating food and not playing Quake for now, right? You know what? I'm gonna temporarily change the... okay, let's see, Hobo taking a small break from guns. Just chatting. Done. I did it. I'm a responsible streamer. I was just about to say that Quake has changed. I know, right? Wow. Quake is now food? Hope you're doing good, Jay. That looks... Yeah, God, I don't know. It looks okay. Why you... maybe? It looks alright. I'm very picky when it comes to Hokkien mee, okay? So that's why I'm very, very vocal about it. And that looks not cursed, but also not great. It looks painfully in the middle. Like speaking of, there's like a really good Hokkien Mee. You know what? I'm gonna order Hokkien Mee next time I go to the kopitiam that I go always. I'm gonna order one Hokkien Mee and show you what the real Hokkien Mee looks like. Like man, that shit good. I'm gonna skip this shit. Whoever ordered rice vermicelli? Oh my god. It's Hokkien Mee for a reason. I'm so angry. No. Man, I'm so hungry. I'm just glad that I ordered food and now I'm eating it. Maybe Brecky wanna get some breakfast as well? Or close to being brunch? Picture family Discord too. I have a really nice picture. I'm gonna share. I already put it into my food pics. Yeah, that looks okay. The rice vermicelli one is like no. I was at my friend's birthday party. Well, not really party, but a place where we eat. I'm just sending it with no context. Oh, why rice vermicelli? Mini oyster? Chili flakes? Green chili? That's not Hokkien Mee already, why? I mean, I guess different taste. Yeah, this is the proper Hokkien Mee mee. O Tao Bang Niao? That doesn't say a lot. A Michelin guide place for Phuket style fried oyster. Oh. Are these seriously Michelin? Like Michelin winner or something like that? You know Michelin has more quality than this, right? Of many years ago? Oyster, what? Hey, oh my god, scammed! That's the oyster. Brother, sister. Hello? That's 2. 3, maybe 3. That's it, wow. If I ordered fried oyster, you better give me a spoonful of it. What? You better add more later. What the fuck? That's a fucking crime. I ordered fried oyster, not fried whatever this meat is. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Alright, okay, yeah. Good enough. Alright, good enough. My goodness, that was almost crime. Instead of right away anyway. Michelin Guide is 1 star since it's just might want to check it out if you're in that area. Oh, okay, that's fair. Fuck oysters, tasteless, slimy. I don't know. I feel like fried oyster is okay for me, but oyster on its own, not a big fan. But fried oyster has always been pretty good, so I'm okay with that. I mean, looks pretty normal. I mean, I thought Michelin would be something more cooler than this. Or like a little bit more wow to it, but I don't know, it looks pretty normal. The only seafood this V wants is squid and calamari. Maybe some crab sticks as fake crab. And fish, if it's deep fried of a tasty variety. That's fair. Because the taste of the dish comes from everything that's in the dish but oysters, because they're tasteless. Did you just put raw oyster on top? Oh, did I miss something? Did... Oh, you cook it for a little... You cook it for literal seconds. Is that safe? For consumption? Look, I don't know much about oyster. I don't know much about the preparation for oysters, but that looks dangerous. Bias fee chomp? Chomp fee? Pre-cooked, to be honest? Probably. This one... not a big fan. Raw bean sprout. I hope they cooked it for a little bit at least. Michelin Guide Place actually a restaurant? 2 cup cow. I'm innocent here, no chump. Cost what? Purple drink, I want it. I want a purple drink. Egg floss? Deep fried prawns wrapped in rice vermicelli. The prawn is not de-shelled. Is it bad that I think that it's bad? I look at the shell and I feel bad. Who nutted in the coffee? Jade. It's Jade. What you mean it's shelled? The tails are on, but that's it. Oh, then it's alright, I guess. I feel like if the shrimp is not deshelled, I'm not gonna eat it. I'm not a big fan of deshelling shrimps. I hate it. Lazy Cold War? Yeah. I'm super lazy. I don't want to deshell the shrimps. Ooh, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, this one doesn't look too bad, honestly. Shrimp, squid, chicken, what? Raisin and cashew? Raisin and cashew? Ooh. I guess we could just like go from this video. Why not? The Asian pop-up is sad? Really? Johor Bahru, Malaysia? Oh no! Oh no, it's in Malaysia! Oh no! What? Is it that bad? Okay, I'll try to read the subtitles closely. Non-halal, uh-huh. So you can say this will be one of a kind Asian experience. They're ramen kids. Box ramen. No. No, what the fuck?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then the spicy level?
Spicy.
Spicy.
That didn't happen. It's not even real ramen. What's the point of watching it? Come on. 7-Eleven. Really? What? You have to tap your card to get in? So is it like no one's here? Banana milk? This one's fully ornamented. Wow! Wait, that's cool. See, this is what I like about Dancing Bacon's video. No commentary, just subtitles. And then you have Maku Kawanku. How do you pay? Let's make it hard to read subtitles if there's a cute comment. Oh. I don't know where to put myself though. I could try to be a bat for a bit. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Damn, I'm not blocking it anyway. I'm not blocking it anymore. I didn't see how they pay it. How did you pay? I can just what? I want to see how she pays for everything. Oh. Oh my god. that fast. Oh, it spilled. Unnamed 7-Eleven meal is served. There's a swipe at the front. Oh, wow. How do they even calculate the items? Unique Japanese cake that is made with lots of layers. Yeah, I can see that. Mmm. Cameras, weighted shelf spaces, and sensors. God, it's like I'm living in the future. I've never seen something like this before. This is not Malaysia, right? Biryani? Wait a minute. Oh, biryani. Oh. Is this Malaysia? Well, gosh diggity dang, wow. Yeah, biryani is great. Yeah, honestly, for like a convenient biryani, that doesn't look too bad. Pedal pop. Oh, Singdao, so this is Singapore. Okay. Ooh. What? Do we pay with the blood? Then pay with your blood. Oh, mobile number? Okay, okay. Oh, that's it. Wow. Singapore, yeah, Singapore. Unnamed 7-Eleven. Handprint security. So cool. Easy to ID you if you manage to steal. Fair. From the fingerprints and stuff. I wanna ask Narix about this. Narix is in Singapore. Has he ever been there? Oh, it's so cool. This store is more simple. It has RFID stickers on all the items. Oh. Frozen food to cook. Ooh. This is so cool. I want to go to an unmanned 7-Eleven as well. It feels like I'm living in the future going to a place like that. Hi, Troxix. I'm blocking the fish this time. It's okay. You always be catching me this time. What'd you get? Kahi? Nice. Now, why would you put music like this? Come on. Why would you put royalty-free music like this? Are you trying to... Okay. Okay. Let me fish combo. You did fish a combo. It was not the coffee cup, it's definitely the couple. Coffee, I can see. Self-heating meals? You just add cold water and then it will heat itself? How the fuck does it even work? My god. Wait, I'm already living in the future that I didn't know? There's all the put water in and then cook itself? And you have like something like this, unmanned convenience store? I never seen any of this in Miri. Holy shit. I feel like I'm living under a rock. I had them quite a few times, so good too. I love the instant hot pot one I have. Instant hot pot? I wish we had self-heating meals in the US. Oh, I think they put music in to cover the background music. You basically take stuff out of the pouches to put in the upper bowl, add water to that, and also add water to the heating pad to the lower bowl. Wow, okay. Self-checkout? What? How the fuck? They just scan immediately. Uh-oh. Dancing bacon. Cool. Holy fucking shit. Oh, we don't need to go to places and look at the cashier. Damn, oh my god. What the hell? 没事就吃溜溜梅。RFID tags, RFID on food, on products, right? On 7-Eleven thing. $24 too? Yeah, I'm being blown away so hard. She did end up paying for the yummy lays, as she explains. Good old RFID tags, not perfect. You can see the stickers even on the can. Those are RFID. I never heard of RFID before. Oh my god, it's all air. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is the self-heating one, right? Special price tag from the store. Oh, the RFID. 砂锅土豆粉. Self-cook in 15 minutes? What? Alright, we have potato noodle. Dried vegetable and bean curd skin. Looks good. Seasoning paste. Looks good. Sesame sauce. 麻酱包. Okay. So we don't need the hot water, we do need to normal drinking water for this. And then you just put this in. Heating bag. Is it not hot? What? How the fuck? Does it actually cook? Oh, it's sped up. It's what the fuck? It's steaming. When she pulls out the noodle, it's steam. What? I don't get what the fuck. Huh? Sulfurite oxide? The steam level? This stuff doesn't like water. Those things get to 120. Holy shit! Freeze-dried durian fruit? Oh, nice. We love durian here. Even if people say that they don't, they're lying. 好丽友派，清血草莓味 ，strawberry flavor. They aren't baby heaters, and yet in Japan they have them in a normal everyday bento box that people eat on the train. Blow out a cobalt mine with better technology. I don't know something like this exists. What? Vending machine? Hundreds of vending machines. Okay. In a tire store. Oh my god. That looks claustrophobic. Oh, it's not only just food. Wow. My brain is definitely getting blown away from all this. Especially with the unmanned place that you can just buy stuff. And then self-heating things that you can just cook on its own with cold water? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, hi Merp, look, I'm fat. I'm on top. Yeah, hi Merp, welcome. I was playing Wacky, and then I want to eat food for a little bit, and then I'll continue playing it for a bit. There is a top? I don't know about that. Do you fuck? What do you mean? Do I? Probably. I can neither confirm nor deny. But yeah, hope you're doing good, Merp. Welcome in. Even the baseball roulette? Oh, my baseball! Even umbrellas, wow. They really do sell everything, huh? Old Japanese shop? Cherry. Ooh. How do you get food? hot food vending. How the fuck? It's vending machine. They sell. Don't they just sell canned stuff? Hot water poured over cooked. What the fuck? I don't get it. Yeah, I think up there it says cook in 27 seconds just now. It's steaming, what the fuck? That doesn't look good at all, but it's from a vending machine. What? I mean, okay. Yeah, it is a simple meal. It is a simple meal. Kobo, you just now finding out about this. I am. There's nothing like this in. There's nothing like this in Miri. I cannot say the same for like East Malaysia. Why on the ceiling? Because I'm being a bad kobold and just running around, and I'm stuck at the ceiling now. Help! Help! Actually, nah. I'm trying to not cover up the subtitles. You Malay? I'm not Malay. Hello, I'm Gina. Dry battery? They just sell battery. Oh, it's not battery. What? I just got bamboozled? What the fuck? It's all just vending machines. What is this? You might be China ethnically, but you live in Malaysia and most often eat Malay food? Actually, no. You'll be surprised how there's a lot of like Chinese restaurants around that I go. I rarely go for like Baba Nyonya stuff actually. Oh, it's curry. But when I do, they do taste pretty good. It's the... What the fuck? I don't get it. You're inside a vending machine. How are you steaming? How are you hot? I don't get it. What the fuck? What? Yeah, that looks good. Hell yeah. That curry looks thick, and we love a thick curry. Japanese magic, don't question. I'm questioning it constantly. How the fuck? Ooh, retro drinks vending machine. Coca-Cola, Zero, Fanta Grape, High C Orange, and High C? Oh yo. And Oolong. Heaters? Can you put heaters in a vending machine? There's so many good choices and then you chose Oolong. I mean, fair enough, the tea is good. Oh. Oh, that's a really cool bottle. I might just collect this bottle actually. Non-carbonated and unsweetened drink. Nice. I did not expect for it to taste so healthy. Go on. Kobo loves thick curry. I do. Like if curry is thick, that's how you know that the curry is gonna be very flavorful. They've been cooked enough time. Vending machine, they've been like cooking or like stewed. I don't know. Can be hot or cold or neither or many things. No. Yeah, just vending machines. Aren't they just put canned drinks inside? And then you drop a few ceilings, and then you can buy them. And then they drop down. And they store eggs and fires. Noodle shop? How do you even fit? Oh. What? Just like that? It's gonna be piping hot? Oh my god, it's steaming. What the fuck? I don't. Holy shit. How? I don't get it. Simple, but it's hot. What the fuck? Tira, no, I meant I love your thick curry? Do I have curry? I mean, I don't think I have curry. Oh, I don't know how to make one. This is exactly what's gonna happen. Yes, good dragon. What? You never said good kobo? Oh. Huh. Ah, yes, spicy food. Oh. Those broth, man, you just wasted them. Can't say sweet tofu puff. I mean, oh my god, how? I'm not even. I mean, I'm still surprised, but. Oh, I've been attached. There's 2 kobolds now. You run the water through heated coil to heat it, and then add seasoning in just a few seconds? Ooh, that doesn't look too bad. Tofu puff is always good. Itsune udon? Wow. Fox udon? No, don't unroll. So you can roll backwards, so still roll but backwards? Merp's gonna roll backwards now? Whoa. Unlimited power? That is one thick udon. And what is that? Tempura bits? Ooh, okay. Oh, this one is like the best one by far. The rotating vending machine. Jar of jams and a packet of snack for sale. See, this is normal. This is how vending machines supposed to be. You click on the thing and then you get like an instant thing. Huh. We literally have a water cooler in my house that does that. Water doesn't take long to heat when you heat just a little bit very quickly over and over until it's a whole bowl. Oh my god. I don't understand. I feel like I can just go to sleep right now. Miso soup vending machine. So this one is just a soup? for 100 yen. Red miso, white miso. Oh, just 100 yen for soup. Here in Germany, we even have vending machines for meat from the butcher, eggs, milks, and all kinds of stuff. Huh? I never seen any vending machine like that. What the beer? Never seen beer in the vending machine, to be honest. I don't. Hey, that looks like a coffee. That looks like coffee. All been fermented longer. Okay. Richer and stronger in flavor. Yeah, you should stir it. Hot snack. I'm not even gonna question it anymore. They're currently molting? We have egg vending machines in my backyard. Why the fuck do you have eggs and egg vending machine? So you can buy eggs? Yeah, that sounds about right. You need to buy eggs, right? Eggs and chicken. What? Oh, this one even have music on it. You can jam while you wait. What? The vending machine I've seen are just like the one that sells canned drinks. That's pretty much it. Or like snacks. Nothing like hot food or like just like ready to eat food. It's just snacks or drinks. That's pretty much it. That bun looks nasty. Yeah, I was about to say it too. Oh. Juice. Jade has been exposed. Wow. Jade, why are you playing that? Oh, I'm playing a fishing game. Oh! Oh, taiyaki! Oh! It's scooter? Nice. It's piping hot. It's steaming! How is your hand? What? Why is your hair not burning? I do not have an addiction. I know. I believe you. Don't worry about it, Jade. I believe. And you? I'm so fascinated by all of these. What the fuck? Oh, 3 minutes for this? Wow. Another free pop. Oh, popcorn. Dozo. What? Wow. Barbecue? My chickens are a machine that turns random seeds and stuff into eggs and delicious wings. Ooh, pepper, nice. Chewing gum? That's very normal. More self-eating dinners too? Okay. Thank you, Evie. I'm gonna eat my chicken popcorn. Ooh, haven't seen this kind of chewing gum in a long time.
Choose the Kobo's gum racking evil.
Oh, wait a minute. This one 3 months ago? Okay. Gum. Gum. What am I looking at? Corned beef sandwich. How is she not full? That's a lot of food consumption. It's steaming! How is your hand not burning? Oh my god. My hand would be in pain. I cannot handle hot stuff. My hand hurts. My hands are very delicate. Okay. How's she not full? It's probably different days. Probably? Oh, shumai? Is that like fish, shrimp, and chicken cutlet burger in this? Yo! Just get stronger hands? It'd be better, stronger, faster, harder? I cannot. I mean, I can, but I don't know how. It hurts. Ooh. Boca. Prawn cutlet burger. Small book. It's really small. I think it's kinda cute. I want it. Japanese have this wonderful thing called exercise. Why is it only Japanese? Exercising doesn't mean that I can hold hotter things without burning my hands. Ooh. Ooh. This one's simple, but I like it. As my brother says, pain is just weakness leaving the body. I mean, he's a marine, so maybe you need to also eat crayons. Small baby burger. Small baby burger. Kitty. Nice, kitty. What's next? Next vending machine. I want to order like 5 more of that small baby burger. Stick snack. Corn puff coated in brown sugar. Oh, crunchy. Oh, okay. Looks like a turd. You can hold a very, very hot thing for a little bit once, and then bam, you have hot tolerance and can hold less hot things all day. I don't want to hurt myself. Omikuji. Oh, fortune telling. Not good fortune for you. You can tie it to the shot like Manny has done. Oh. Doing so helps you leave the unfortunate fortune there. Chocolate banana, candy apples. It's fine. Hurting yourself is how you gain magic that is not having feel in your hands. No. Haven't had to ban anyone today yet. Merp better behave. What? Merp is good. Don't ban Merp. Never had candy apple before. Guess it's not a thing around here. That's a huge. Is that holding candy? Fresh apple cold can. Oh. Oh. It is too hard to buy. Lick it. Oh my god, this arcade. They all look very old though. Like the games that we never played. Or like the games that I never played. Okay, where's the link? You scroll up for it. I watched the 3 months ago one. Self-heating Chinese meals? Ooh, okay. Don't lick the fire sword. I even have the suspicion that TD Man has a new account. Yesterday I got a new follower and their account on their account it said like Twitch member since 15 minutes. Oh yeah, that is very suspicious. Just be careful. If they do anything, I mean, just keep an eye out on new accounts like that, I guess. A baby-friendly food? More like kobold-friendly food? Self-heating, so like an MRE? What's an MRE? I want this tofu pudding in my belly. On the first chat message even saying like the ban evader? Yeah, it's just be careful. Any signs that makes you feel uncomfortable, just ban. Like even Twitch is saying that lightly ban evader, just be careful. It's flying away. Oh, it's the same heating bag. This bag contains calcium oxide powder. Uh-huh. So you just add water to it. A chemical reaction will happen just by adding plain water to it. Yo, okay. Just like that? Oh, wait, it's bubbling up. Whoa. That's so cool. Chemical reactions. So it's not dark magic. I thought it's some sort of wizardry. Oh, it's bubbling even more now. Oh my god. Holy shit. Careful, holy crap. MRE. Meal ready to eat. the ration military gets where you add water and it cooks the food. Oh! That's a nice view. Chemicals, yep. It's not wizardry, it's alchemy. I mean, chemistry. It can be evil magic. I mean, I don't know anything about that, so it's dark magic to me. It's some form of wizardry that I just witnessed. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Oh, 酸菜豆腐花. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, wait. It tastes sour? It's something like 招菜粉干. Oh my god. Yeah, that looks delicious as fuck. Food for babies, perfect size beans for them to choke on. I feel like baby don't even want to eat this. Baby doesn't like. I assume baby doesn't like sour stuff. They might mistake it being like not delicious, right? I don't know. What do I know about babies? I have no idea. Popular hot pot restaurant. Hi. Oh, hi, Roxas. Hi, Lilac. I wish we had casual MRE things like this in markets here. I never seen something like this before. It's the first time me seeing this, and I thought it's like some sort of dark magic working. Hope I don't get one come in. I want to try this one so bad. This is the same brand I get that has veggie tomato hot pot. Oh, it's a hot pot! See, it is also dark magic, but also food. Yeah. This is so cool. I never seen something like this before. It's like, holy crap. 午餐肉. Oh, it looks like you don't need to add a lot of water to it. This brand is a well-known hot pot chain. Surprisingly little water. What happens to the heat pad when you submerge it in seawater? Oh. You can't go to mix store and buy it? What the fuck is a mix store? I don't think there's whatever store you mentioned in Miri. Unless you're saying like very firm. Is there something like that? Were we at mix store? Not a plastic though? True, it is like plastic tastes melty. So it sells these stuff. Is there? Wow, shit. You could probably there. I will be so I will be blown away. Like holy shit! What is all these? It's a China store. Wow. Damn. It may also be that my mouth is the temperature of melty plastic, but plastic also tastes melty. I want the egg roll. Same. That's a potato. Kelp. Ooh, kelp. Good. Bean sprout. Have you tried not eating the fucking plastic? But it's expensive. It is to be expected. Something like this is gonna be expensive because it's dark magic. That's a good looking broth. I love meals with a side of plastic. It's a nice palate cleanser. Eat beans instead, what the fuck? Yo, Jade. This buffer is sells for 25. 25 sounds fine. The might fight too. It's 18 AUD here. Well, I just not seen this run in store. The beef stew is great. Seen it online, but don't want to deal with shipping and delivery fees. Cost 26, but also quite a lot of meat. Have you had this before? This is so cool. Like, holy shit. Oh, Meitai Koro fun. Yo, you messed up though. There's no meat. They lied. Bet the heating packet tastes like chilies. Cause the package is always red. Is it? You mess up? Should I come to... I didn't know. What the fuck? I didn't know. There's meat. It's just mixed in. Oh. I mean, it's false advertising. Meitai Koro without Koro. Oh, I mean, it's all fat. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's alright. The smell these meals produce when cooking is just incredible too. That sounds good. Licks the heating packet. That's a brick, Nixon. Oh my god, the lickies. Oh, Barely does the tail wag as well? Oh my god, hell yeah. I don't eat fat, I eat lean meat. Fair enough. 鸡翅牛肉味. Oh hey, look, it's mixed. It's the store they mentioned, Roxas. Did I start her? No, you didn't, Ixon. The thick, flat vermicelli. I mean, the packets have calcium in them. Milk companies say it's good for your bones. I mean, calcium is good, right? Yeah. Yeah, I agree, I agree. I like my baby bottle yogurt drink. Baby bottle yogurt drink? Lotus root is such a good addition to it. Yeah, deep fried lotus root chip is like the best. You. It's just normal yogurt but come in a baby bottle. Well, I know you're into that, so no judging here. There was a YouTube show I watched for someone that tried tried an experimental Japanese drink, mayo water? What the fuck? The emissions these foods are making for the cooking video alone. That was nasty. Expected. The one baby fur going around in the romper. I saw you were just like, I need to take photo with that baby fur. The eagerness. Drinkable mayonnaise. Oh god. Not for the faint-hearted. Oh, is it that spicy? Holy shit. Mala. Hmm. Ended up did you not? I thought you did. The vending machine's keeping the foods hot. The self-eating chemical reaction might as well drive a car in the city. What? Yeah, this one doesn't look too bad. Self-heating instant hot pot Chinese hot pot meal. Oh my god, it's all self-heating. Ew, drinkable mayonnaise. That sound horrible. I mean, yeah. Hi, Crystal Fox. Welcome. I tried the hot version of the hot pot I had. Fucking deadly spice. I could eat like 3 pieces and I gave up. You a baby? I mean, Roxas is just into baby fur, I think. Hope I didn't get what coming. I never understood why make food so hot it literally loses all flavor but spicy. I don't know, maybe some people like it like spicy as fuck. Maybe people like that. Come addicted now, kind of. Hot food is good, but flavor, yeah. Watch this real quick. It's a drinkable mayo and it's a short. Okay. If it's short, I'll try to change the link to watch so that it doesn't blast my eardrums.
I searched everywhere for Japan's new drinkable mayonnaise, and I was punished for it. I had to visit over 4 different Lawsons for this mayo drink, and in my desperation I even tried 100 yen Lawson and no avail. But finally I found a store that had 2 left. We live in such a strange generation. Like if someone were to make drinkable mayonnaise in the 1950s, you think people would buy it? I wanted to try their new flavorless candy as well, but by the time I came back to grab the mayo drink, they were both gone. After doing that silent scream thing that you do when your mom sends you to your room and you shut the door, I went to 2 other Lawsons and found some more. In hindsight, I wish I would have just taken a nap. First, this flavorless candy. It's specifically marketed to people who want candy in their mouth but they're worried about sugar, or people who are worried about fragrances. And these taste like nothing. Little did I know that flavorless was a blessing that I shouldn't have taken for granted. Because every step closer to my mayo drink, I could feel the flames of gastronomic Hades lapping at my ankles. This is labeled as a test product, but I think that's just the equivalent of making excuses
oh
for
my
the first
god,
5
what
minutes
the
of your eye
fuck?
into the dark cover on YouTube. Just sing the dang song. This is vile. It tastes like sour milk. It tastes like mayonnaise that was left in a cup at the bottom of a small town junior varsity football game for 9 weeks. It's thicker than milk but thinner than yogurt and absolutely disgusting. I don't like to waste food, but this isn't food. This is a weapon.
Yeah, that's a weapon. That's a weapon. Fuck. Holy shit. You. They can do that? Do what? Is mala or Sichuan spice? I never tried Sichuan stuff before, but mala to me is like, it's numbingly spicy, but it's not too spicy. It's just numb. People who like spicy are dumb. You're literally eating poison. I say drinking my own poison drink before taking my own food seasoned with different poison. Drink a mix with the mayo water. Change shorts, normal vids. I know they could do. Oh yeah, you can just change the short to watch, so you have like, you know, you can have this and you can control the volume. So it's really good. I think someone told me in chat before, but I don't know. I forgot who. Very steady. Huh. of these so much, but I love dissolving my insides with acid for the sake of flavor. Same. Downside with changing shorts normal bits is that you can't have 3 shorts at once, even though that would fit. Yeah, true. But I'd rather have like control over volume than blast my eardrums with either blast my eardrums or no sound. Which do you guys like? 老师粉. Wish the local store would just order more than just plain tomato vegetable hot pot. Maybe plain old yellow me? Hey, that's fine. Fettuccine? Never heard of that. I love a thick juicy udon noodle. That hot? Yeah, that thing surprises me every time I see it. So cool. Fettuccine? Never... I don't know what that is. That looks good. Oh, Haidilao. Oh, Haidilao. Okay. No wonder that looks good. Flat pasta, it's good. Oh. Extendable chopsticks? Hey, yo, oh my god, that's so cool. Nice sound though. And yet there are Japanese bento boxes with that exact Steam tech that are eaten in the trains. Used to work at the pasta restaurant. Ooh, that's cool! I like all noodles, so I'm just going to stretch the meaning of it and say snacks because they're silly and cute. Yes! Same, true, agree. Snakes. Oh no! She messed up. Mala Jiang Bao Wan. Sometimes I wonder if I'm allergic to shrimp. Never had it, but I hope I'm not. Being allergic to any kind of food, I think is just such a sad thing, honestly. Which I feel sorry for them. She bought something that needs hot water instead of just clean water. Not because I have any desire to eat shrimp. I don't. I just don't want to have a weakness so destructive. Oh, do you not like shrimp? I like shrimp when it's peeled. Or like, I like shrimp when it's deshelled. But if if a shrimp is still shelled, I'm not gonna eat that. Oh wow. What? I saw them in my story, wasn't sure. What other food do you peel? Banana? Oh. Those are meatballs. Those are mystery balls. Those balls are great. Jiang Bao Wan. There's like sauce inside the ball, and it's so cool, and it's super delicious too. The water is already gone. About 8 minutes. Peel tomato, like it's hollow. Hollow out your meatballs? No, it's not really hollow. There's still something inside. Yeah, it's cool that I can see through it. Even a toothpick? Hell yeah. I always love when there's like a prepared toothpick. Mala is great. You grind the meat, you mix it with desired spices and stuff, and then make it into a bowl with solid consistency. Yeah, but Jiang Bao Wan has something inside that's like very, very nice. Yeah, you hear that? Too spicy with Nam's mouth? Maybe? Huangmen Ji Fan. Black fungus so much in these. Yeah, black fungus is great. Gags the Italian restaurant employee. No, I just like Jiang Bao Wan. I don't know. Oh, you spilled it. Oh, hi, Chip. Hello, Chip. Oh my god. Welcome. We're watching Foob again? Yeah, because I'm eating Foob. Why do you feel the need to slap it? Yeah, thank you, Chip. You're gonna watch the exact water amount in these rice ones, or you end up with dried out or too wet. Oh yeah, true. You cannot use the finger technique to calculate how much water you need in this case. It's different. Cowboy is eating food and not me. Oh. Oh, that looks like a good rice. I can't stop but keep eating this. Are you addicted? Ooh, fermented bean paste? Yo, fuck yeah. When I ate a rice one, it was too soupy, even though I followed exactly what I was said to do. To be honest, the canned meat was crap too. Yikes. Rice needs to be pretty exact. Yeah, that one looks really fucking good. The fermented bean paste for the flavoring is really good. White noodles. You like ship? Yeah, Ixen likes ships, cars, I believe, as well. Mechanicals. It seems moldy free. She eats a lot. Can I say that? Ooh, Mao Tu. Oh, this one is so good. Oh my god. Oh, stream. Oh, thank you, Chip. Thank you. Also, thanks for the recommendation again, Chip. I really enjoyed this. Oh, I really enjoyed that. Those aren't big meals. Are these not? I thought these are like quite filling. You say that as if it's not filmed the same day. Looks to me like they're filmed the same day. It would be wild to go back to the home and come back to this place over and over again. Unless they live very close by, then maybe? Not really. If I have my veggie hot pot, I need like 2 to be full. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you like it. Might have some more for you. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, I would love that. I would love that. Moldy free white noodle. What about Steam Train? I remember Ixon was being very excited about a Steam Train very close by, which is like honestly very cute. Cuban we started with a red square, with a square fake grass pad at the start of it. Now we're using a red disc suddenly. Ooh, bento in Japan! Small ones aren't feeling though, need 2 of them. If someone would love to live near me then. There's often steam trains running every 2 weeks here. Whoa. Ekibin. What, this Miku meat? This Miku meat, let's go. Whoa, is that E Honda? Hey yo. You have Miku and you have E Honda? Oh shit. Okay. Miku beef tongue bento. Ah, I thought it's Miku meat. Just by pulling out the string? And self-heat after you put... What the fuck? $5 minute? What? Yeah, this is dark magic. This is true dark magic. The heating packet one is white magic. This is dark magic. You just pull out a string. How the fuck? Are they on a train? Looks like it. Japan's most famous Vocaloid. Of course. I'd say Miku Nom Nom. Looks like it. Chili powder. A string rips a bag that releases water to the chemical packet. Oh, bullet train. But like, don't that need like 15 minutes to cook still? Eating on the train, hell yeah. They muted the arcane chants required for this one. Yeah, it's like a dark magic secret. You cannot just like put that into the internet. Like not even the dark web. I like dark magic. Different reactions, stronger chemical design to be on the train, so less violent. It will be served cold, so this is a nice change. Ekibin. Charges salmon chicken curry. And Kawhi, I only gotta cook ramen for 3 minutes in the microwave, then cook them. The cook time depends on what food or how much surface area the food has. But then, it's microwave. And instant ramen actually cook on my, wok with fire below. That's actually cooking. The steaming action is most visible for the box with it. Oh yeah, you're right. Eki, train in Japanese. Train bento, train lunch. Oh, Eki bento, okay. You're fine with dark magic, just never say no to Panda. Nah, I'll never say no to Panda. I want them to shove the food into the camera so we can pretend to eat it with our eyes. Boiled to its plum is served what? You know the Panda commercials? Not really. Seafood self-heating bento this time around. Mmm. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. Salty pickles. 1 thin mushroom slice. 1 thin mushroom slice. Mini carrot flour. Okay. V's currently learning Japanese, slowly learning what the symbols mean. Oh, very smart V. True. Agree. Can I send you? They're super funny. Sure. You can Discord me them. Dude, I wish we had trains in America. I think there is trains in Malaysia. Not in Miri though, but I used to ride BRT, like a bus station. And then from that changed to LRT, which is like a train thing. And then from LRT to MRT, which is like another train thing. And then from MRT, and then I can walk to my university. America has trains but useless ones? That's sad. Isn't public transportation very important? Oh, it's an E-Honda Mill. E-Honda Mill. E-Honda Mill. You pull the pin just like a grenade and then food is ready in 5 minutes? Yeah. I want to pull the pin. And then eat the thing. That looks pretty good. Oh, that's a bad. We have freight trains, but passenger trains are mostly steam and purely for show. Aw. Quail egg. It's small egg. I wish trains weren't so expensive here. Shit, I thought public transportation is supposed to be affordable. That's unfortunate. Lemon skin flavor? Oh. Not in Germany? Oh god. US? Nah, fuck your train. Ever make everything about cars? Japan is the best place in the world for trains? Looks like it, yeah. Jajamen, udon and gyudon bento. Jajamen. Oh, it's a 2-in-1. Is that ladyfinger? Nice. I'm gonna ask Narix about the unmanned convenience store. Like, did they go into it before? Minced beef noodle. Bullet train food. Dining experience on in business class on a budget airline? Is business class good? Oh wait, what's the most normal? What do we call them? I mean, I always write in like the most cheapest one possible. Is business like good? Oh, economy. Okay. I'm missing a lot of chat. In Japan, drivers get punished for being more than 30 seconds late. What the fuck? Public transport in the US is not existent unless you are in a tourist city. And even then, it's at most taxis and a few buses. Oh, that's sad. Here, public transport is always late and costs a lot of money. God damn. Is this the... Oh my god. Yo, that's so cool. From the consumer side, but it's the most toxic from the employee side, which needs to change. Europe's greatest rice producer and exporter is Italy. I pay as much for my train to Berlin than for my plane ticket to Norway. Oh my god. They're getting there slowly, hopefully. Riding trains is cool. Riding trains is great. A toxic workplace is a dangerous workplace. Obviously, yeah. 2 orgasms in one. Mega train, thick juicy udon noodles, heck yeah. Giant cannon? Concept of a giant train that would span side-by-side rail lines. No train expert, I have no idea about trains. Maybe pretty cute. Merp is cute. Business is basically second class. Oh, okay. Often today it's first class as best. Business, premium, economy, and then economy. Business is discount luxury? Oh. Is it a plane? The fuck? It is. We do have Emirates and others that introduce stuff like the resident suits as above first class, but that's unique to them. What is this? Oh, it's a... Oh! Oh, it's a neck pillow. We do have... and like, holy fucking shit expensive. Damn. Earplugs? Slippers? Yo! Eye mask? Towel? A blanket? inside the plane is hot as fuck and then you want a blanket? What the fuck do you mean? Oh my god, the food looks luxurious as fuck. Did they have butler too? I don't know. I flew with Scandinavian Airs and I have nothing but good things to say about them. Oh, that's amazing. Emirates have a class that gives you your own mini cabin with own private bathroom and shower. That also has a private bedroom with double bed. Yo, I think they have budget, but they're still very nice. AirAsia, I've been flying with AirAsia always, not Mars Airline. AirAsia, cheap, right? Very affordable price. The plane is like, I mean, if it works, it works. I feel like people could use the money for more useful things. Yeah, but then again, these are the people where they have like too much money and they don't know where to spend it. I don't know. I wish I have that kind of money so that there's so many things I can do. I got free tea on all my flights, even when they're at. Oh wow! Cancel development of fursuits. I want to buy fursuits. I want to buy a fucking new PC. Yeah, I'll be happy with economy already, honestly. Like, there's no need to have such luxurious... I don't know, like... medical advancement schools and so on. Hey, billionaires doesn't care about the other people's life. Don't they know? I'm not saying Dancing Bacon. Dancing Bacon is actually like okay. This is like the first time they do something like this. I don't think they're like billionaires. Like you know, like the actual rich person billionaires have so much money and then they just decide to buy something called Twitter and then just become an ass on there. I don't know who, but it's someone. That's one of them. Dumb fucks. Small toilet. Diaper changing table. I never went to an airplane toilet before. Keanu Reeves is one of a few cool celebrities. He even has a foundation for children medical care, cancer treatment and other stuff. Right? There is like good people out there. But it's just that there's way too many bad billionaires out there, just outweighs the good ones, which is such a tragedy, honestly. You can sleep on the... holy shit! Damn! It is completely flat. I see. Schools, medical advancements, fursuits, nuclear power, putting headphones jacks back in phones, providing drinking water to countries. Yeah, all very important. Oh, less than 1,000. Oh my god. Completely flat, just like me. Space is good, but there's some squeezing at the sides. I mean, you are on an airplane. I'm squeezing just sitting down. Oh my god. In-flight Wi-Fi servers. To be fair, they earn what they have and no obligation to other people. But yeah, if I had such high amounts of money that don't know what to do with, I would also give away some of it for a good cause. I'm flat too. I don't know about them earning what they have, to be honest. I don't know how they got their money for billionaires. I don't know, right? But it is their money, and you're right. You know, they don't need to care about other people. But it's just the way those billionaires that I explained do things. It's just so SMH. Just thinking about it makes my blood fucking boil. By taking advantage of people in the market and by being really good at what they do. Yeah, basically. It's like they try to monopolize everything. It's like, goddamn. Like there are people who live paychecks by paychecks, and then there are people who, you know, billionaires. I don't think there's like in between. I have no idea. Chocolate. Is that chocolate like the main meal here? It's so shaky. Oh, it's a tea. I thought it's a coffee. Stingray fin. What kind of acquired delicacy is this? That's new. Might be replaced with robots, but those also need maintenance and people who develop and build them. That also creates new jobs. I don't know about that creating new jobs. Maybe, but like just it's like the main job. It's being replaced by soulless husks. Especially when it comes to the entertainment field, it's just a whole bunch of crap right now. People using AI slops to create entertainment things, where they could use AI to create something that's more, you know, that AI that could help so much instead of just like trying to replace art and shit and entertainment stuff like that. People can use AI to help, like actually help people. Like in medical field, I feel like AI is gonna help a lot. In like what teachings, or like just anything other than art really. They could help so much, but no, they're gonna use AI to create movies, to create games, to create whatever the fuck they're gonna do. They're gonna fuck around with art. God damn it, pissed, stupid. Like I don't even see. I only see like a few, like someone posted their AI stuff. Someone is creating AI to mess with scammers on phones, and I think that is like one of the best thing AI can do, to fuck with scammers, because scammers actually kills people. Right? That's good. That's good AI. Like it's the only one that I can think of, or like I've seen that does like good stuff. There are many jobs in the past that are useless in today's times, but there is no advancements in technology gives way for new possibilities and jobs. If they don't replace that with AI, then hopefully. There's Stingray done like this. Yeah, I never had a Stingray. Because you're endangered where I live. Over here in the middle of the US, we don't have an option. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think I had Stingray before, Fisherman. Ooh, dug up some additional artists and commissioners. Oh. This ice cream looks num. Anti-scam AI is awesome. Yeah, that one is good. The rest of the AI is just so dumb fuck right now. I just don't get it. Like, honestly, thinking about AI trying to do stuff that is not useful, it's just... it honestly just makes my blood boil. Like, good God. Oh. So about this business class, is it like an entirely different plane? Waving oh my god, those guys' jobs are like bye bye. Okay, that's kind of funny. They just wave goodbye. Like training AI to identify rashes, but it ends up learning to identify rulers because for some reason people only take photos of rashes with their hand next to a ruler for scale. Rashes? Ooh, it's these things again. The same thing. What are the prices of that? I mean, I'm not even gonna look at the prices because something like this is probably gonna cost a fortune. 2,000 yen. How much is 2,000 yen? Let me check. 2K? Yen to MYR. Not MYE, MYR. 2,000 is 57 ringgit. Let's say 58, right? I mean... okay. Fair enough, I guess. I shall lurk and watch while I grind stuff in space. Have a good luck with grinding stuff in space, Chip. Thanks again for the recommendation. I'll look at them afterwards. This is actually true and all. For the amount of money they have, rich people create like one out of 10,000 of the job that get created by small businesses. I think to me it's just like looking at rich people, especially like billionaires. I'm just gonna say billionaires, right? They just I don't see them. I don't really see them contribute to anything at all other than their own things. Because rich people don't get rich by doing things, they get rich by exploiting other people. Sounds about right. Cheese what? Cheese cube? Cheese cubes. He just served cheese in cubes, okay. There's a conversation that I'd rather have in a call instead of TRS chat. I mean, I did bring it up. I did bring it up, right? And I just think I do agree on what Solar mentioned. But yeah, I agree. This might not be the good conversation to happen in a chat. It's because they functionally lock their money up instead of circulating it. Cheese cubes very airplane food? Sounds about right. Kobo has never had cheese cubes? Nope. No, like I had cheese before, but just not. I'm not. I never had cheese in cubes before. Can I lock Crystal Fox on my room and give her much tickles? Hey, that depends on you. If you want to do it, hell yeah. Don't let us stop you. I'm just gonna reply to Telegram real quick for a little bit. Wow, professionalism. I cannot believe it. Oh, what is that? Japanese savory crepe? So, me, I want you to take a block of cheese, cut into cubes, and then you have cheese cube. How do you get a block of cheese? Oh, maybe it's not a thing in Malaysia, question mark? That looks good. Oh, that looks good. I also didn't want to create a heated debate here or something, just voice my opinion, sorry if I made someone angry. No, it's not you making... I mean, I'm gonna say on my standing point is that you didn't make me angry. It's just what those people did makes me angry. It's not you at all, don't worry. I'm generally not angry. Kobo is very much perfectly fine. I generally want to have your optimism myself. Yeah, same. You buy in the block before it's shredded? I never seen that before. I never seen a block of cheese being sold. Two mini skewer fruits. Oh. The grocery store don't sell them. What do you mean? The grocery store don't sell blocks of cheese. They only sell like packet shredded cheese. What? I don't know. I don't know. Go to a local farm. I have to find one. I don't know where the local farm is. Oh, you can add. Ooh. Just start working until you end up with farmland. I don't think I've seen a farmland before. Maybe, I don't know. Here at home today's lunch is chicken goulash with rice, by the way, very nom nom. Chicken goulash or goulash with rice. Hell yeah. More stuff. One more advanced order meal to go before we land. Wow. Burger? Ayo. Wait, I don't know. I generally never seen like a huge like farmland around Miri. Or there is, I just don't know where it is. Oh, why is it like that? Why does it look like that? Oh, it's giving me trypophobia. Fuck. Get away from me. Oh, hide that. I don't like that. Why is that button like that? Trypophobia. Yeah, fear of holes. Like when there's like many holes, very visible holes in one single place, I want to die. I hate it. It's so bad. Oh. But Kit Kat, because it's 4 AM, I should. Oh, it's 4 AM. Oh my god. I'm not looking at it. Jeez. Is it done? I'm looking at chat only. Okay, it's done. Oh, thanks. Oh, that helps so much. Oh my god. Yeah, I genuinely cannot look at that. It makes me want to vomit. Maybe I don't have mild phobia. There were several people calling me transphobia, but I'm not afraid of trans people. Transphobia? Isn't transphobia like someone expressing hate towards trans people? Question mark. It's not the fear of trans people, isn't it? You know, I was thinking that maybe someday I can afford a business class like this, but then I think, nah. Nah. There's so many things that I can use my money for. I thought a phobia is something you're afraid of. Also, I don't hate you. I mean, like if someone is transphobic, they hate trans people, and they will start to like attack them with either verbally abuse or just attacking in general. To my knowledge, anyway. All right, where's the link that Evie sent? I found it. Luxury non-private jet travel. I think I might just watch videos instead of playing Quick.
The world's best first class for 8 hours.
Today, it's not dancing bacon. I think it's expressing hate because phobia can be afraid of or an extreme dislike of hatred towards. People calling me a transphobe, yet I'm here all the time. Well, I don't know why people call you transphobe, so I'm not even afraid of you. He has voice in it. Fair. 8 hours on world's best first class flight.
Hours from London over to Abu Dhabi. This is the Etihad Residence, a private 3-room suite on board their Airbus A380. I'll show you exactly what it's like from my living room, fully enclosed bedroom, and ensuite bathroom with its own shower. All
What
this
the
does not come cheap
fuck?
though, historically costing over $20,000. But today you're joining me on the very first flight. back to the residence. So with that, let's pick up our journey in London. Well, good morning from London.
That is
Heathrow, Terminal
almost
4.
that is
Bright and
almost
early, but won't stop my
100k
excitement to
ringgit.
try a flight I've wanted to board since it was introduced back in 2014. The pandemic, of course, stopped any chance of me trying this, and today
Yeah,
is the
Merp seems
first day
fine,
of
very friendly
Etihad's
towards us
A380
trans folk,
operation
yeah.
in over 3 years. Given that there's only one passenger, me, in the residence, check-in is slightly different. As I approach the first class counter, a lovely member of the Etihad team comes to introduce herself and presents me with my golden ticket. I'm informed that she'll be personally escorting me right up until I board the aircraft.
Oh my god.
Right, let's head through security, and it goes about saying that we have a special expedited channel, with thankfully no queuing involved. All through security, and it's time to check out the lounge. Terminal 4 is quite the hub for airline-operated lounges. For example, Qatar and Gulf have their own outstations. Etihad, of course, is no exception. Access is granted for those in business, first class, and of course the residence. Whilst the main lounge is a lovely space with plenty of comfy seats and a la carte dining, I'm shown through to a separate room. This is solely for guests, or should I say guest, travelling in the residence. Complete with private dining, sofas, and an ensuite bathroom with shower. Let's settle in and take a peek at what's on the menu.
What the fuck, man?
It's extensive, from my favourite Eggs Benedict to a full-on dinner service, though
I'm also pausing quite a bit because I'm gonna read the chat, and because this is like I need to focus on this video because he's speaking. Bad people get looted. So much money. It's also a term that is slowly losing its meaning because people have started throwing it at people they simply don't like. Yeah, like when people are losing arguments and they'll just be like, "Oh, the transphobia. You don't like trans. Well, you're not. You like trans." And it's like, especially when it comes to internet bantering, it's just like god awful. That's why I don't really use like much social media to interact at all. I mean, I usually just repost art that I love, and if I see AI slop, I just block pretty much. Yeah, I mean, simple enough. In this video, I have too much money, so I make a video about it to make even more. Is this in the plane? It's supposed to be in the plane. This guy is good, does a lot of fancy travel we would never do, even on those fancy Japanese overnight trains that basically need to win the lottery to get on board.
I'll be saving my
I mean, it's
appetite
cool,
for on
yeah.
board. Instead, let's indulge in a glass of rosé champagne to start.
It's like I can sort of look at this video and be like, oh, it looks like that. It's not a mystery anymore, and I think that's good, right? I think that's actually really good. So I'm glad actually.
Start the morning right. It's not all too long before boarding commences, so the same friendly Etihad team member comes to chaperone me over to the gate. Thankfully it's only a short walk, though being an A380, it's absolutely packed, with nearly 500 passengers waiting to get on board. I also get my first glance of our aircraft, a 7-year-old Airbus A380, the first of 4 which Etihad will return to service. Right, enough looking, let's get down that jet bridge. And just before we get on board, it's time for a quick word from today's video sponsor, Surfshark, an award-winning virtual private network. Today, my section box issue also works on all of your. I set my location. Andy, you will get walking on board the first class cabin is like an entirely different for sponsoring today's video.
Okay.
Walking on board the first class cabin is like an entirely different world. There are just 9 suites here, or what Etihad calls apartments. The residence is located right at the front, in 1 Alpha, not that it has a seat number. I feel a little lost for words here, as this is just one of 3 rooms I have to myself.
One of 3 rooms? Oh, holy fuck, this is an airplane.
Let's celebrate a bit and indulge in a pre-departure champagne. Etihad serve a 2002 Duval Leroy Grand Cru in the residence, which retails at around $350 a bottle. I've never tried it before, but it's delicious, with notes of citrus and mandarin. Yeah, I had to look that up. I make it time for pushback, so let's get my seatbelt on as the safety video begins to screen.
Your handset and tray table are put away and windows are clear. Our cabin crew will now pass through the cabin to carry out a final check.
With that, we taxi out over to
They're
the
not
runway,
waving goodbye though.
and within a few moments we're
They're
hurtling
like,
along
bye-bye.
and up into the clouds. So what's our route today? Well, unsurprisingly, as Etihad is the national carrier of the UAE, we'll be heading to its capital, Abu Dhabi, with a blocked flight time of approximately 8 hours.
Abu Dhabi.
It's not long before we reach our cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. I also forget just how smooth and quiet the A380s are. I guess it's partly due to where we're sitting, right at the front on the top deck.
Oh.
In the residence, I'm assigned dedicated cabin crew, a fantastic lady named Daniela. She suggests that I try the rosé champagne also, and who am I to say no to another glass?
Never
As with
go
most
to Abu
first-class
Dhabi,
products,
trans
you can dine
girls.
at any time. So let's take a look at the menu and make our mind up.
Never.
I love the attention to detail, with even the menu
I
reflecting.
mean, they
we're
are
on the
like
first
very
A380
halal,
flight.
right?
I'm impressed to see how extensive the menu is, but I'm sure many of you will be very aware of my predictability by now. With
This
my
is what
order
20k
placed,
gets
I
you.
think it's time we take a proper look around our aircraft.
Three rooms.
We're currently located here, upstairs on the mammoth A380, with an incredible 498 passengers on board. The upper deck is an entirely premium configuration, with the majority being 70 business class studios. In between business and first is a bar area, and whilst not a hit on the Emirates one, it's a lovely place to hang out, make new friends, and enjoy a drink or two. Now for first class, which is really in a league of its own. Named apartments, these are among the largest first class seats in the sky. Lastly, of course, we get to the residence where we are today. Featuring 125 square feet of luxury from the living room, fully enclosed bedroom, and ensuite bathroom, complete with a shower.
Oh
We'll
my
focus firstly
god.
on the living room, which features a super comfy 2-person Italian leather sofa. There's also a mini bar, which I've already asked can be replaced with DC at my request. There's a 32-inch TV and a fold-out dining table, of which we'll be using now for lunch. Next, I'm served some fresh bread as my appetizer is plated. No surprises here, I've opted for the signature caviar service, served with all the trimmings, creme fraiche, grated egg whites and yolk, and finely chopped onions. The caviar itself is punchy stuff, retailing at $60 for this small 30-gram tin. And the taste? Fabulous, of course. Next up, my second appetizer, the beef cop.
I can loot this plane. Then I sell it for big profit? Hell yeah. I want the profit as well. And she just suggested I get absolutely wasted. Who? very many stories of horror from transgender folk, even just transiting through the airport. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Abu Dhabi is like very halal. I don't plan to ever go there anyway. Nope. Same. Did I buy a big swimming pool and fill it with chicken curry?
Carpaccio, served with a béarnaise sauce,
Hell
asparagus,
yeah.
and cherry tomatoes. Again, phenomenal.
Is that ramen?
Prior to my main course, I'm offered a palate cleanser of raspberry sorbet. I'm aware this is very much a thing with fine dining, but to me it feels like having a dessert partway through. Now for the main event, and you guessed it, steak, cooked to my preference of medium. Now I'm told they're actually able to use a hot plate in the galley to cook this, though I suspect it's already part cooked. I'd say this is up there with one of the best
Have a
steaks I've
good
ever
sleep,
had in
Ixon.
flight.
Have the best
Being
sleep.
full to burst now, I'll have dessert later on in my bedroom. Yes, dinner in bed is a thing here.
Oh my god, that
Instead, I'm
I
offered
want
some
it.
Swiss chocolates, some sparkling water, and a cold towel. Let's
I
get the
want
living
to-
room door closed then.
I want dinner on bed.
It's also time to boot the Tims off and put on the provided slippers. My ensuite is adjacent to the living room, at the entrance to the corridor leading to the bedroom. The bathroom is on the smaller side, but given it's just for me, it's perfect. It's also stocked with a personal favourite of mine, Acqua di Parma amenities. Okay, the shower. Residence guests have a whole 10 minutes of running water, which can apparently be extended on request. Though that's more
Oh.
than enough for me, and double that of the Emirates shower spa. As far as showers go, it's fab, with good pressure, and no, it's not lost on me that I'm showering at 35,000 feet in the sky. Now if you do wash your hair, there is certainly means to dry it, with the provided hairdryer behind your vanity mirror. Now that's much better. Shall we head to the bedroom? Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, not only are PJs provided, but also a dressing gown. Now this is a first for me in the sky.
My god.
Let's close the bedroom door for additional privacy and make our way to the party piece, a fully enclosed private bedroom in the sky. This is the stuff of dreams and honestly the closest you can get to flying private commercially. There's even in-flight entertainment, which we'll be checking out later.
Holy fucking
Well, it may be a
shit,
day
man.
flight, but I'm off for an afternoon
20k.
nap.
That's like 100k ringgit for this. Fancy as fuck, but like I guess 8 hours
Well, that was the comfiest bed in the sky I've ever slept
it's
in.
important, yeah.
Shall we order some room service to have in bed? I can order anything off the menu, but I told Daniela to surprise me.
A few moments later.
Close the doors with big peepholes. So fancy. Or alternatively, you could fly with the dragon and have all of these except shower. But shower is also provided. You should know, Ixon. I hate when beds come with that many pillows. I love having pillows though. Just store the waterfall to have a shower. Oh, that works too, yeah.
And surprise she did. I've got a beautiful spread of fresh fruits, pastries, and a mimosa. Now this really is a pinch me moment. I also have the chance to try one of the desserts I couldn't manage earlier. This is the Yuzu Matcha Sakura Cheesecake.
Yo! Only
Post
one
food,
request.
let's relax a bit and enjoy some TV in bed. With just 45 minutes remaining of our flight, I reluctantly think it's time to get changed back into my clothes. Unfortunately, I don't think you can come into land while still in bed. When we get to Abu Dhabi, I'll explain exactly how I booked this.
The waterfall is what Tira meant, surely? Yeah. Attaches to next Dirk. Bye, man. Actually, nah, I'll attach with you. Totally a Dirk waterfall. I want that cheesecake. That cheesecake looks heavenly. Like, that honestly looks heavenly. Yuzu a nice lemon flavor with matcha tea in a cheesecake. Yeah, exactly.
It's time to sit back in my living room for one last time. Let's get the Tims back on, and of course my seatbelt on for landing. This truly has been one incredible experience, and one which I'll remember for a long time to come.
If it's not incredible for 20k, I think I don't know what to think
Okay,
anymore.
let's talk cost. I paid in full for this trip. It wasn't a press invite or anything like that. I booked several months ago on the Etihad website. And to get into the residence, you must initially book into first class, and then if available, you're offered the residence as a further upgrade for around £2,000. So to break it down, it was £3,486, plus an upgrade fee of £1,968 for the residence, making a grand total of £5,454.
Pounds is GBP, right? I'll just use Wise, I guess. Oh, oop, I want the pet, I want the pet, I want the pet, I want the pet. No, where's the pet? Where's the pet? I found it. Give me chin scratch, I guess. And upside down boob, hell yeah. And GBP, right? Literally your first two? Not just the first, but probably one of the best suits you can get. Yeah. Alright, how much is that? So 5454. Jesus fucking Christ, man! That's a car! A luxurious car, possibly. My god! I mean, probably not a luxurious car, but I can just straight up buy a car instantly. Just throw that 30k and I can go. Yeah, a very reliable car. Yes, yes. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. That is quite the price.
As always, let me know what you thought to the trip down below, and I'll catch you all again next time.
Hey, hell yeah, I like that video. Probably a bit overkill for 8-hour flight, but for those 12 to 24-hour flight would be amazing. Yeah, I feel like, how do you fly that many hours in economy? Is it just like the same? That would be horrendous. Don't actually go night-night now. Have a good sleep, Ixon. Have the best sleep with me and Merp attached to you. I sit in front of my PC all day. I'm used to it. That's fair enough. I also sit in front of my PC pretty much all day. 40 hours flying first class from Australia to London. It's 6:12. Our longest flight for me in Australia is Sydney to London direct. A whopping 26 hours. Oh my god. That's more than a... I want to watch this.
Today, I'm flying first class for the next 2 days from Australia, 11,000 miles, all the way to London. So long, in fact, we'll have to stop in Singapore and Dubai en route. Each leg will get even better, flying the very best the world has to offer. From
I'm gonna go
multiple
open up the
in-flight
lights
lounges
real
to
quick.
fine
I'll
dining,
leave
bedrooms,
the
and
video
even the most opulent
playing,
bathroom
since
you've ever seen
it'll just be a
on board
while.
plane. Yes, you see correctly, that's a shower. As usual, I'll share with you how I booked this, which retails at over $15,000 a person. With that, let's pick up our story in Sydney, Australia. You join me here by the iconic Sydney Opera House, where we're going to begin our journey all the way to London. Now, today's a little bit different because, of course, I'm bringing my mum along.
Yes, it's me.
Yes, it's you. Welcome back to the channel.
Hi.
We've been staying at the Four Seasons, located right on the harbour front, and it's where we'll catch our transfer over to the airport. It will take about 25 minutes to travel the 10 or so miles to Sydney Kingsford Smith International Airport. Qantas operates out of Terminal 1 here, with separate check-in areas for economy, business class, and of course first class, which we're flying today.
First class.
Check-in is swiftly dealt with, and after loading our cases, I'm issued with the first of 3 boarding passes for this mammoth trip. Shall we go and head through security then? Usefully, there's a separate premium channel for business and first class guests, which expedites the whole process.
Non-stop.
Before we head to the lounge, Mum wants
Sydney
to
to
do a spot of
London?
shopping in duty free. Ah yes, some Aussie gin to bring home for Dad. I, however, have to stock up on Tim Tams for me and Millie. Right then, let's go and check out what's touted as the best lounge in Australia. Of course, this is the Qantas First Class Lounge, accessible only to those in first class, or indeed holding elite One World frequent flyer status.
Tim Tams, I
Anyhow,
could.
the lounge itself,
I had Tim Tams before.
it's big. In fact,
I
it's over
wanted.
21,000 square foot and hosts a plethora of facilities. There's a ton of comfy seating dotted throughout, which means whilst it's busy in here, you wouldn't notice it thanks to this zoning. Of course, there's a fully stocked bar featuring a selection of Aussie wines, and importantly to me, a proper kitchen. Yes, there's an actual restaurant in here, all complimentary. I'm also impressed to find a spa here, located in the far corner of the space, offering a selection of inclusive treatments before your flight.
Oh my god.
Now I know there's a lot
Mr.
of food
Fox
coming
tastier.
up, but I simply must try a couple of items off the menu. After placing my order, I can see our aircraft taxiing over to the departure stand. I can't wait for this one. Mum goes for the tomato soup, whilst I choose the Qantas Icon, salt and pepper squid. Happy to report it's as delicious as ever. Our waiter insists we try the pavlova, topped with cotton candy, which, whilst a challenge to eat, doesn't disappoint.
Oh, so
We're
Qantas is
notified our
good.
aircraft is on stand, and as you'll have just seen, we're flying on board this Airbus A380, delivered new to Qantas back in 2010. I think it's time we go and take our first of 3 flights today. Each of course will be in first class, getting increasingly more extravagant as we get nearer to London. Being in first, me and Mum are escorted right to the front of check-in, and within moments we're invited to be the first aboard this massive jet. Regardless of how many times I'm fortunate enough to get on board first class, it's always special to me, and I can't help smile as we step onto Qantas's mighty bird. First things first, let's stow my carry-on up in the overhead bin. Right then, our aircraft, which can accommodate 484 passengers over 4 classes of service. First class is on the main deck, right at the front. I'm in 1 kilo, whilst Mum is in 5 kilo. Sadly, I couldn't sit us closer due to the flight being fully booked, but I think it's fair to say Mum looks very comfortable. Let's settle down into my seat. We'll check back in on Mum once we're airborne. I'm served olives, nuts and some sparkling water, whilst the safety video begins to screen.
Your life jacket under your seat, put it over your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front.
And remember, only inflate your life jacket after you leave the aircraft.
It's not as impressive as the one shown just now, but hey, it's still very fucking good. For a plane too.
So, what's our route? Well, we'll be flying for the next 9 hours, covering nearly 4,000 miles, arriving into Singapore later this evening.
Oh.
It's not all too long before we reach our cruising altitude of 38,000 feet. Firstly, I'd like to take a proper look around our suite, but in order to get comfy, let's
it's a
put
lot
the Timbs
cheaper.
off and get the super soft Qantas slippers on. As I've mentioned, I'm in one of the 14 first class suites in this cabin. They're roomy and even have enough space for 2 during meal service. Yes, seriously. The seat itself has recently been re-upholstered.
The
It's
Arabic
supportive
Airlines
and is
always
fully
just go too
adjustable via
crazy.
this touchscreen. I
Looks
will say
about
it's
right.
not the most private, as it's lacking a door, which has become the norm these days. I guess we'll have to wait for Project Sunrise for that. Shall we take a look at the menu then? Now, this is a pretty solid offering in my opinion. As my order is placed, champagne anyone? Qantas serve a 2013 rare champagne, which retails at around $250 a bottle. This is complemented with some canapes. Caviar bingo card, check. With lunch on the way, shall we put the seat into dining mode?
Damn, okay.
In terms of your tray table, this retracts from the central console, sliding out to reveal a pretty large dining space. I suppose it has to for the Buddy Dine option. I'm initially offered a selection of bread, of which we have to sample the garlic. Should we go and check in on Mum then, and see what she's having to eat? Being vegetarian, she's ordered the stir-fried shiitake mushrooms, with tofu, side salad and jasmine rice. Initial reports are in, and it's delicious. Typical me, I'm going all out, and order the tapas to begin. A creative take, something different and equally not too heavy. For main, no, I didn't choose the steak, instead the Balinese duck, which is fresh, rich and pretty spicy, the perfect combo. It's of course dessert time. Now I really fancy some ice cream and have a real soft spot for an ice cream sandwich, though I thought this would be a made up dessert and not a pre-packaged one. Aside from needing to wait for it to thaw out, it's super tasty.
Oh.
With dinner service out of the way, I'm furnished with some pyjamas and an amenity kit. Should we go and get changed then? There are 2 lavatories located at the front of the first class cabin. I did find on occasion I had to queue, given it's just 2 bathrooms between 14, but that's not an issue. It's also been kept super clean throughout our flight. In terms of the amenity kit, it's well stocked, with LUE cosmetics, toothbrush, eye mask and earplugs. The PJs are comfy, but I do wish they have the same kangaroo design that business class get. How cool are these? I think it's time to go check out the onboard lounge. This is accessible to both business and first class, and located upstairs on the upper deck of our aircraft, right at the front. The space features 3 seating areas, which are mostly unoccupied during our flight. Therefore, Mum and I decide to set up camp. Naturally, we'll have to sample some more of that rare champagne on offer, and at the touch of a button and a few minutes, I think a cheers is in order.
Damn. Singapore is an alright transit place. Safe for us, and the airport has a wonderful waterfall inside. I haven't been to Singapore in so long, about 10 years now. The last time I went to Singapore was 2016, and that's pretty much it. Project Sunrise is on already now, hence the 26-hour flight. So, direct flight 26 hours. That's crazy. Pretty sure Qantas is already beginning to retire these A360s. Isn't A360s good? Like, just now the flight to Abu Dhabi one? I'm always more excited about the bread than the food. And bread is good. I do love bread a little bit more, honestly. Yeah, bread good. Like an onboard bar? Yeah. Fun fact, wanna know how the sink, the toilet actually get there and get the vacuum pressure? A pipe direct to the outside pushes the higher pressure air inside the plane through the pipes. Basically a hole in the back and the plane creates the pressure. Huh. Okay. Makes sense. The plane butthole is connected to the toilets. Looks about right. I'll allow that, don't worry. or Evie can do that.
We're informed by one of the flight crew that they turned our beds down for us, and both being fans of an afternoon nap, head back downstairs to the first class cabin. Qantas provides some of the best bedding in the industry, complete with plump feather-filled pillows, deep mattress topper and duvet.
The bed looks kinda small. But a bed is a bed on the plane.
May have turned into a slightly longer sleep, and I'm told we're nearly on final descent into Singapore. A quick change later, let's get the Tims back on and fasten my seatbelt. Good evening, Singapore.
Singapore. Changi Airport.
We actually have a brief overnight stop here before our next first class flight early morning. So rather than stay at the airport, we'll enter the country, grab our bags and take a taxi downtown.
Oh.
I've chosen the recently reopened Mandarin Oriental for our layover. Rates are around $500 each for the night.
Oh my god.
But for that we get a beautifully refurbished room, each with views out over Marina Bay. In addition, this comes with club lounge access with free-flowing cocktails, so naturally a Singapore sling has to be sampled. And if that's not enough, it also comes with $200 dining credit, so we give the on-site Italian restaurant a shot. Before you say it's super late, otherwise I'd absolutely go to the Hawker Centre. Good morning, that sure was a quick layover. Next up is Emirates, and they've provided a transfer for us to the airport. I can't say the weather is on our side this morning, but worry not, being British, we're very much used to it. We dropped right outside Terminal 1, which is actually where I started my Starlux journey a few months ago. Let's head inside and out of the rain. Check-in is actually pretty busy. Mind you, Emirates does operate 4 daily flights here. Thankfully, this entire process takes no more than 10 or so minutes, and we're on our way to passport control. So, what did Mum think to our brief layover?
It was good, it was nice to have a rest, and
it was
a lovely place, and sorry to leave, really.
Yes, I wish we could have a bit longer, to be honest with you. But anyway, let's head over to the Emirates Lounge.
So due to the volume of flights here, Emirates operates its own outstation lounge. I'm intrigued how this translates for first-class passengers, given their impressive facility in Dubai.
Oh, their next stop is Dubai?
After a brief document check, we're welcomed into the lounge. It's a tad dated, but features plenty of comfy seating, of which we'll make a beeline for the window. In fact, it's perfect timing, as our aircraft is just taxiing to the gate. Introducing our 10-year-old Boeing 777 bound for Dubai. We do still have a little time before boarding though.
They know so much about airplanes. To me, an airplane is just, well, airplane. I didn't know airplanes have so many like different well, of course they have different models, but like I don't know, I just look at planes like, oh my god, plane. Then that's how I look at planes like, oh, it's a flying apparatus. It's a flying thing. Right? I don't really look into much about airplanes. I just think like, oh, airplanes are neat. They cool. They brought like many people to fly to different places. So yeah. Ixon, sleep. Sleep, Ixon. They're good. But the big size didn't work out as well as hoped. They need to be full to make profit due to 4 engines. Very inefficient birds actually. Much simpler to use the XLR with 2 engines and better fuel economy. Sleep or else. Yeah, Breggy, tell them, Breggy. Airplanes are kind of one of my interests, just like trains and a few other transport things. Hey, that's cool, that's cool. Hell yeah. They go zoom zoom in the sky to me. Yep, sounds about right. I can actually fly a plane. Oh shit, Pilot V. It's because rich people want to be sure people knew they're rich. Yeah. I'm in bed, sleep or else. Yelling for a patch of moss.
So let's check out the features of this lounge. There's a half-decent breakfast buffet, pastries and alcohol selection to be enjoyed at one of the restaurant-style tables. I for one need my first caffeine hit of the day, so I'll make myself a cappuccino and have this back at my seat.
Cappuccino.
Given we're in Singapore, all security screening happens directly at the gate, so we'll need to head over to C25 in order to start the process. It's all a bit hectic at the gate, with no priority queue, and it takes around 15 minutes to get through the screening. It seems in this time the weather outside has worsened still, so part of me is concerned about a delay or likely very rocky takeoff. Nevertheless, we're shortly invited to board, so I guess time will tell if there are any issues. This is also Mum's first time on board Emirates, and what an experience to try their 777 first class, our second flight of 3. And just before we get on board, I recently found out I was being charged every month for an additional Netflix subscription. Well, today's video sponsor Rocket Money is here to help.
Rocket Money.
I'm using an account. Nearly over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/welcome on board Emirates 777 first class. There are no overhead bins in this cabin, so we'll instead stow these under the seat where there's plenty of room.
Not sponsored.
Next, I'm off.
Jamming to VR in flight sim with nothing but hand controls and successfully take off, fly, and land. No assistance. Oh my god, hell yeah. I'm gonna learn to fly. You can fly. You're a dragon. Well, I know how to make plane move and how not to obliterate the plane on landing. But I want to learn startups and instruments. Instruments are fun to learn. Yeah, I can play piano and a little bit of erhu. Unless it's not that kind of instrument, then I don't know. Absorb Evie's knowledge.
Some dates and
Evie
freshly
Pro.
brewed Arabic coffee as the safety video begins to run.
مرحبا بكم على متن هذه الرحلة. يرجى التوقف لحظة لتحديد موقع أقرب مخرج طوارئ إليك الذي قد يكون خلف.
So, what's the plan? We'll fly for the next 8 hours, some 3,800 miles, all the way over to Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Now we've reached altitude, I'd fancy getting changed into the famous Emirates moisturising pyjamas, provided to me in this rather fetching tote bag. Let's head to one of the 2 bathrooms at the front of the aircraft.
Not gonna lie, traveling as airline
these are
would
certainly
maybe
not
feel
the bathrooms
gross.
you'll get on board the A380, so there's no shower, but given the limited space, they're clean and well stocked with amenities, such as these dental kits and perfume. Right, let's get this Hydraactive sleepwear on. Now, I love my NASA jumper, but these have got to be some of the comfiest PJs going. Shall we take a proper look around then? There's room for a total of 354 passengers, across 3 classes of travel. Me and Mum have 1 and 2 kilo, which are identical suites. Each has a spacious, fully adjustable armchair, which converts to a fully flat bed. There's a tablet to control all the various functionalities, such as the motorised minibar or lighting dotted throughout. You'll get a 32-inch TV to enjoy the many thousands of movies and TV shows. Oh, and a Hollywood-style vanity mirror, and if this wasn't enough, a writing kit. Service kicks off with a bang in form of a delicious-looking 2013 Dom Perignon, a staple.
Here's the problem, right? Why do they always want to drink wine? Like, me personally, I don't drink wine, right? But like, it's like all rich people does is, wine. I don't know, right? Maybe wine is like the sign of rich people doing things, possibly, question mark? I don't know. Few girls, even in first class or airline I want to be on at all. Don't want to fly that airline. Is it because it's I'm not gonna pry. You can fly my airline. I can fly on the Dragon. Hell yeah. A writing kit. Where does that writing go? I don't know. Book. Given how much risk alcohol creates, it's only something I can have every few months on special occasions. I don't even want to drink alcohol. Even on special occasions. I just don't like the taste. And usually when people ask if I want to drink alcohol, I just say no. And it's very easy to tell if they're a friend that really cares about me, or they're just friend that just don't care about me. It's very easy. I already tested multiple times. I don't like alcohol. I already said multiple times, and then when during a special occasion, they started to drink alcohol, right? And then I was like, oh, can I have like some sort of a non-alcoholic drink, like a juice or something? If they go like, oh, yeah, it's okay lah, just drink once lah, and then it's like, no, I said no. Can I have something else? And then if they keep pushing me, they can just fuck right off, right? Very easy. A lot of people has already been, like, I don't want to interact with them at all because they keep forcing me. They keep pushing me, right? They keep pushing me to drink alcohol. It's like, no, get the fuck away from me, right? It's just simple as that. I said no, and if you don't respect that, I don't think you consider me as a friend. If you think that me not drinking alcohol with you is not friendly, then yeah, by all means, I don't want to be your friend. Hello. Right? Even asked my doctor about it, he said, about every 3 to 6 months is okay if it's just one special occasion. I only want to try the Japanese sake and stuff. Crystal doesn't want to drink either. That's fair. Gonna do the lunchies. Have a good lunch, Merp. Have the best lunch. I'll stick with Ixon while you go have lunch. I don't like alcohol either. Yeah, that's fair. Someone that pushes you is not a friend. It's not. The only reason I want to try it is just sort of Japanese flavors. I only want a tiny bit just to get the taste. Yeah, true. I don't like alcohol. I struggle to form coherent thoughts without being intoxicated. But wait, Merp is the lunch. Ixon sleep pool. Drops up, drops. I cannot see. I don't need alcohol. I already cannot speak properly. Like, hello. But yeah, I don't drink alcohol. A lot of like ex-friends of mine pushes me to drink alcohol. It's like, nah, get the fuck out, right? It's just simple as that.
Of first class, though
But
in fact a
like,
champagne
I
you'll
just don't
only
know
ever
anything
find in
about
the sky
alcohol.
on Emirates these days. Should we go and see how Mum is getting on? I think it's fair to say she's loving her first time on Emirates. Back at my suite, should we get some lunch ordered? The menu, as to be expected with Emirates, is extensive, and I've even promised myself to have something other than steak today. Let's get the tray table out then. It folds out at the touch of a button just to your right. I'm then served some canapes of melon and prosciutto, along with prawns in a tomato salsa. Something I haven't been able to hold back on though, get those bingo cards ready, is caviar. Judging by the portion size, I'm probably the only person having it today. Naturally this is served with all the trimmings, and as usual, definitely doesn't disappoint.
What's a caviar?
Meanwhile, Mum opts for the butternut squash and sweet corn chowder, served with sour cream and croutons.
Mmm.
It's time for the main event. I've gone for the roasted chicken, served with Arabic style sauce, pilaf rice, and carrots. It's just okay, and I kind of regret not defaulting to the steak this time. Meanwhile, Mum has discovered the delight of the Emirates Arabic meze, and is sticking with this as a main, which is totally fair, as you just get so much of it. To close, I just have to sample the chocolate caramel tart, with creme fraiche and toasted pistachios. A stellar lunch it has to be said, with only the chicken letting it down. Post-dinner the crew offered to make up my suite into a bed, and who am I to say no? Just look at that. Now you don't need to ask me twice, let's hop in and get comfy.
Oh my god, it's Nexus! Hi Nexus, oh my god. Hi Tekken. Not gonna lie though, Crystal just might be more delicious than Cobalt, but she's mine. Don't eat Cobalt. I guess you can eat Crystal. Heck yeah, caviar, gross salty puke inducing food, icky fish babies. But oh, fish eggs. Oh god. Hope you're doing good, Nexus. I'm with Jan. Good.
One of my favourite features of this suite is the doors, which can close at the touch of a button. It's not floor-to-ceiling privacy, like the Game Changer or indeed Air France's curtain, but it definitely gives the illusion of such. Now, I'm trying not to sleep in this sector in an attempt to get my body clock back to the UK time zone, so instead it's time to check out the movie selection. They also provide some phenomenal noise-cancelling headphones, which, by the way, you can't take home with you.
Oh.
Would you believe it? We've just made landfall over the UAE. It certainly seemed quicker than 8 hours, but I guess when you're essentially eating and watching movies in bed, time does indeed fly. I'll of course need to get changed, try it as I might. I think I'll have a few odd looks, wearing these pyjamas around DXB. All that remains is to get the Tims back on, along with my seatbelt as we make our final approach into Dubai. I think you can tell by the smiles on our faces, we really enjoyed that flight. It may not be the range-topping A380 with a shower and a bar, but the 777 still packs a luxurious punch. Now we're plunged into the busy Dubai terminal, but worry not, first class continues on the ground. We've got a lovely Emirates employee escorting us over to the first class lounge in Terminal B. This firstly involves a security checkpoint, where we have to scan our bags, followed by a brief train ride under the apron.
Hey, train ride.
Welcome to the Emirates First Class Lounge, Terminal B. This, like other lounges at DXB, is directly above the main passenger concourse and provides some welcome respite from the hubbub down below. Unfortunately, much of this lounge is currently undergoing a facelift, so some of the facilities are not available. Not to worry, we'll head to the restaurant, which includes a high quality buffet from traditional Arabic food to sushi and sweet treats.
Hey, you.
You can also order a la carte off a menu. Let's find a comfy seat and take a look at what's on offer.
Hordes nexus to myself and force leave the wife and the big wing hugs. But me. Hold me. hold me. Had an archipelago earlier, just finished breakfast. Oh, nice. I hope you had fun with archipelago and also have a good breakfast. Hi, Fluffy. Oh my god, more dragons, heck yeah. Dragons are good. Hope you are doing good.
Instead, I'll settle for a caffeine hit, as I'm still a little full from my lunch. Let's find out what Mum thinks to the experience so far.
Pretty wonderful. It was really good.
Yeah.
And so much space. I've never experienced
It's
such
lovely, isn't it?
luxury and space.
You wait to the
on a
next one,
plane.
you're going to have even more.
Really?
Do you know there's a shower on board the next flight?
Really?
Say no more, let's head there right away. Our final flight beckons. The other rather unique feature of this upper lounge complex is you board directly from this area, rather than going back onto the main passenger level. This results in a far calmer experience, as there's significantly less people in premium cabins queuing to get on board. Here we are then, flight 3 of 3, finally. We're on board a box fresh, new look Emirates aircraft. Of course, it's one of the Heathrow bound A380s.
Hey, it's an A380.
We're both warmly welcomed on board and directed over to our suites.
I'm seeing a little tail wags.
Let's get my seatbelt fastened right away. It's not all too long before the safety video begins to screen.
Welcome aboard. We're about to show you the safety features of this Emirates flight, and we need your full attention. Whenever the seatbelt sign is switched on, you should be seated with your seatbelt fastened.
Our flight will take us 7 hours to cover the near 3,500 miles, all the way to London.
This one is not too long. 7 hours.
As we reach altitude, it's time to whip off my seatbelt and explore. Like with our earlier Qantas flight, the passenger capacity on board the A380 is mind-blowing, with just shy of 500 seats across 4 classes of travel. We'll focus of course on the first class cabin, with room for 14, which in terms of first class is rather big. We're in 2 and 3 kilo for this leg, which features Emirates' recently rolled out interior, which has a more subtle and in my opinion, classier feel.
Last year. Again, read a writing book.
To kick off, I'm going to change into my PJs, so let's grab my freshly restocked tote bag and head for the lavatory.
requires Fufi into a big dragon cuddle. And I'm in the middle too. Oh my god. The reason the big A380 work well for companies like Emirates is they operate in a hub/spoke style. Almost all flights go to Dubai and then you travel out of there. Hi Metal. Oh my god. Hi Metal. Qantas operate point to point, so it doesn't work. Oh. Looks the same. It looks exactly the same. I mean, it is Emirates, I guess. That's why it looks the same. Because like, you know, the second flight was Emirates, the third flight was Emirates as well. So maybe that's why. Wonder if you can take home the notebook. You probably can. If you can take home
There are two
the...
of these located at the front of the first class cabin, with a dedicated member of staff manning these to ensure they're kept clean throughout the flight. But these are also called shower spas because, as the name suggests,
Like, if you can take home the noise cancelling headphones, then I think the notebook should be fine, right? Recently furnished. It is the same level as orientation and feature. Maybe that's why it is recently refurnished. And Qantas found it easier to fly more people from each city rather than one, and feel a smaller, more efficient plane like the XLRs. Hence why we have Project Sunrise.
they're not ordinary in-flight lavatories. It's got to be comfortably 5 times the size of your usual facilities, with a heated floor, huge wash basin, premium cosmetics, and about every additional amenity you can possibly imagine.
Heated
I've also
floor?
been provided with a Bulgari amenity kit, which I rate as the best provided in flight, even including a $150 a bottle fragrance. Without any more to say, let's shower on board a commercial aircraft. Regardless of the fact I've been so fortunate to do this a number of times, it really never gets old.
Oh, the shower is timed.
After a particularly busy day of travel, you can't beat that feeling of putting your fresh PJs on after a shower at 37,000 feet. Waiting back at my suite is a fruit platter and a special relaxation tea. Oh, and look who it is. Mum has got wind of the onboard lounge and suggests we head there. I don't need to be asked twice. Located to the rear of the upper deck, behind the business class cabin, is the Instagram famous Emirates Lounge and Bar. Accessible to business and first, it's ordinarily the life and soul of the plane, but meal service is currently ongoing in business class, hence the lull. It's certainly a lovely place to be, whether that's to stretch your legs in flight, enjoy a light snack, or indulge in a cocktail.
Why is that Bloody Mary?
We, however, will be sampling some more of the delicious 2013 Dom Perignon, which is specially served to first-class passengers in here. Who would have thought we'd be in another Sky Lounge in the space of a day? This really has been such a special trip with Mum. Several glasses of Dom down, I think we'll head back to our suites for a spot of dinner. As with our previous flights, dinner is available throughout the flight, until 1 hour before touchdown.
Minutes, maybe 6, not enough time to shower. It takes like at least 15 minutes for me to shower.
My
I feel
table is
like
beautifully set and furnished with Arabic breads, artisanal oils, butter, and of course a DC. Well, Pepsi Max on board Emirates. To start, given how much Mum seemed to enjoy it on the previous flight, I've ordered the Arabic meze, complete with hummus, mutabal, stuffed vine leaves, falafel. Yeah, the list goes on. For main, I opt for the lamb kebabs, served with spicy tomato butter and fragrant rice. This goes down an absolute treat, and much better than the chicken on the previous flight. Unfortunately, I think I'm beaten by the amount of food, so we'll forgo dessert. I'll get the suite doors shut and settle in for the remaining few hours of the flight. I guess I'll pick up with some more movies on the excellent in-flight entertainment system. You may be wondering just how much this entire experience has cost me, and I'll go into this when we land in London. For now, let's get changed ready for our final approach into LHR. If I'm honest, I'm blown away by how relaxed, comfortable and unjet-lagged I am, given we've travelled all the way from Australia.
Like the fact that I'm looking at all these like first class flights, and then I start to have like a little bit of, I mean, it's not jealousy per se, but I feel like, you know, I look at this video and I think to myself, that's something that I never in my life will be able to experience. But then at the same time, I feel a little bit of content, because I feel like I sort of pseudo experience a little bit because of this video, right? I don't know. I have mixed feelings about watching this. I'm on a heated floor. I never had a heated floor before. I mean, the floor is like almost constantly hot, at least outside of my room. I don't know. Lay my wings on the floor to heat the floor. Sounds good. Bloody cause it as tomato juice? Bloody because I bumped my snoot? No! Not dragon snoot. I do a lot in the shower, including brushing my teethies. I'll have to do so much less with pausing water between things I do, which you can do. Yeah. Usually it takes 40 minutes to shower. I respect that. I'm happy with economy. I don't want this stuff, to be honest, too fancy for me. I don't need any of the fancy stuff. Yeah. Like, sometimes I think, like, I kind of want the fancy stuff sometimes, but then at the same time I feel like, maybe not. If I can afford the fancy stuff, why don't I just buy like literally anything else to satisfy my needs, right? Why buy all these fancy stuff? Why spend extra at an experience where I can spend extra on something that is actually beneficial to me, right? I know maybe going through first class like this is beneficial to me, but only during those time. And other than and then after that, it's just no more, right? After that, it's just an experience, right? For a few hours. So it's like, I'd rather buy something else, right? Like I mentioned, if I really do have the money, I'll probably just like help out the family as much as I can. And then of course I'm gonna buy a new PC, just get a new suit as well, why not, right? Yeah, just that's why I feel mixed. That's why I mentioned I have mixed feelings, right? Like I mentioned, I feel a tang of jealousy, but also content. So yeah. Simple girls, fair enough. Buy more of the simple stuff that you enjoy rather than fancy seat and meals that look like they wouldn't be filling at all. Yeah, true. The only benefit I want is the bed, nothing else, to be honest. Yeah, the bed and the personal space, I feel like. Since flying in airplanes always gives me extreme anxiety because I need to sit so close with someone else. It hurts. I'd rather do a lot of things instead of one fancy time. Yeah, true. My boyfriend booked me a business class flight to see how... Oh, to see! Oh! And I am terrified because I am perfectly fine with riding in the cargo hold. Oh, girlfriend. Oh, okay. A bed for a long flight and extra space. Exactly. When I flew the 14 hours to America, I went with premium economy just to get the extra space. And then having 4 seats to myself on the flight home. I mean, that sounds good. More space means more good. And all 4 seats to yourself sounds like there's not a lot of people there. So again, another plus. So premium economy is just above economy, right? Something better than economy. Sounds cool. Sounds heckin' cool. But yeah, it's just, you know, I think a tank of jealousy is just maybe normal watching stuff like this for the first time, but after a while, no, not anymore. After thinking about it, it's like, nah, the jealousy is already entirely gone. I feel like if I have the extra money, I'll just buy something else that I truly need. That I truly need. So, oh, yeah.
So price-wise, this clearly was not a cheap experience. So this was booked as one ticket, as Emirates and Qantas operate code shares, therefore came out at $7,949 each. This was booked through the American Express International Flight Program, which can usually save you significant money off the headline price.
Oh. Every continent in 7 days. How much money Trendy has? Suggest Finch. The first class plane ticket to my Dragon Hugs. I want to go to the first option. Why not let me go to the first option? Why not music, stupid neighbors? It's Sunday, not Friday. Oh shit, tomorrow is Monday already? I need to do art. I need to do art. I have to do it. You can add the first option. I don't want to get banned though. I don't want to get banned. Except vouchers to wherever you go. It can't be today already. No. I feel weirdly tired today. I mean, not weirdly tired. I know why I'm tired. This whole morning has been quite a bit of a workout this morning, but the good kind. So it's nothing too bad. It's just me being lazy, I guess, and tired. It's all good. Here, let me. I gotta not become bad anymore. Oh my goodness, I'm back. I'm not a bat. Another good channel to watch. Ooh, 37 minutes. It's time to travel Japan. Damn. Uh-oh. Oh no, no one gave me chin scratch. You know what? I want the chin scratch. Here, let me see if I can do that. If I can find it. I found it. What if I do this? Ah. Chin pad? Neck 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 pad. Oh. 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 Boop. Boop and I died. Boop, 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 boop. What? Help. But why? That milk is that milk was directly at my tail hole. The thing is being sus, not me. I'm not the one being sus. The thing is what's being sus, not me. Alright, anyway, I think I might actually stop here. It's 7 p.m. and I know it's kind of a shorter stream than usual, considering that I'm not playing Quake as much. But I'll continue playing Quake, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I need to do see if I can finish Jade's model tomorrow. I'll try. I'll definitely try. Yeah. Let me go here. Let me go here. Heck yeah. History. Oh. Whoa, who is that dragon? And they're alive? It's Japanese? Oh. 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 You see that?
Are you fucking slipping?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Whoa. This is important stuff. Just I need visual confirmation. Oh my god, look at that. Damn, wait, that dragon looks so cool though. Oh my god. I just tried to look at dragons, so make me fly. Wait, in the meantime, I need to open up music. This is too quiet. Wait. This is very important. We're gonna look at the dragon together for a little bit, okay? We are simply examining the dragon. And Dirk makes Koho go kiss Dirk. My man, that Dirk looks hot though. Like, wow. Can I have a better zoom? Like, zoom. Damn. Have you tried to make up a better line? I thought my line was good. What do you mean I didn't lie? Nope, me lying? Never. Why would I? Only 5 watching? Oh, they're playing Apex Legends, it looks like? That Apex, right? Jane, have you tried filling me with fluid? I'll hydrate you with mineral water. Something I cannot read. Onpan? No, but man, there's one cool thing. Ooh, wait, they have a mod. Oh my god, look at that! I'm gonna click it. I'm clicking it in. Dude, oh my god! Oh my god! I'm telling you, this is not a weird behavior. Is this? Is this? I'm not stealing content, am I? Oh my god! That is one hot looking dragon. Like, holy shit! I can't sleep when getting bonked. That's katakana. I'm learning hiragana symbols first, the more traditional Japanese. I don't plan on learning katakana soon though. Take it slow. Japanese is not easy to learn. You seen that jerk? What the fuck? You never told me! I mean, maybe YouTube is onto something? YouTube recommended me this channel. Let me sub. Oh my god, I subscribed. Oh my god, of course I have to sub. Oh my god. This dragon is making me feel things. I mean, what if they are streaming now, right? They are streaming now. What if they actually see that I'm doing this? I don't know. Has anyone ever done this on the stream before? Sleeping on the dragon on stream. Oh my god. Like, I'm not even gonna hide it anymore. This is maximum simpage that you guys are looking at right now. Oh my god. Wow. That's it, they're very similar, so I get to easily learn once I've learned the main one. That's fair. Jay, why are you doing the I said I found a Dirk I would smash and I didn't narrow it down for you. It's okay, I found the dragon now. They speak Japanese though, so I don't understand what they're even saying, but holy shit, man. Such a cool dragon. Okay. Let me fit the screen again. Where's the thing? Where's my display capture? I said fit the screen, not disappear. Oh, Control Z works. There we go. Oh, Control Z works. That's pretty cool. Hi, Lex. Welcome, Lex. Yeah, Ixon cutie. Lex, 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 Lex. You gonna bonk Ixon. Ixon said Dragon said they want to sleep. Dragon said he want to sleep but not sleep yet after 30 minutes. Yeah, that's right. Get them, Lex. Okay. Okay. I love how it's just a single okay. Yeah, get him, Lex, get him. Yeah. Get him. I'm in the bed, I'm snuggling Kobo like Plushie. Okay, that is true. I'm being snuggled by Dragon. Alright, that's enough simping for now. Oh, at least I know what to watch after. That's something that I can watch, right? I mean, even though I don't understand what they're saying, but wow, that dragon is. Woo. Wow, it's making this kobold feel things. Even the sombrero is holding him. I have to. I have to. Goes to that channel and tells him I'm sipping? Nexus, no. I have to simp. The dragon looks too hot. I have to. Have you seen the dragon though? Oh, like, oh my god. Oh, simping? But you're gonna... Oh! But you're gonna speak Japanese for that though, Ixon. How do you say simp in Japanese? Actually, let me go Google Translate. Okay, I'm gonna say English to Japanese. Hey, there is a kobold that is simping at you. Oi! コボルドが君に向かって進んしているぞ。
おい、コボルドが君に向かってスンスンしているぞ。
スンスン is simping? Yes, I like Google Translate, and it's a very shit Japanese. I love it. Oh, hi again, Chip. You'll find there would be no translation to simp. That's fair enough. Simp is like a cultural word instead of like a real English word. Do I use Google Translate? I love to use Google Translate because it's so bad. Translate it back to English and you see how bad it is. I mean, Google Translate is already inherently bad, so if I do a reverse translate again, it's gonna be absolutely horrendous. So, yeah, don't even need to do that to know that it's terrible. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to look for a raid target. Wait, this is... what? Grass metal horn and hugs them like a plushie too. Two kobold plushies now. Ooh, hey, Salo is still streaming. How long is the Salo? 6 hours? 7 hours? Looks like Salo is still gonna go on for a while, probably, maybe, hopefully, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna rate to Salo. 2 Kobo plushies in the wyvern blanket. It's so comfy. Feels good. I feel sleepy. The stream has not ended yet. Come on. Oh my god. That is like the most real of real. I'm feeling sleepy ever. So yeah. I mean, I already wanted to rate Salo, so I already have a rate target. Let me just summon Bernie then. EP Kobo. Yeah, Kobo is EP. Here, let's summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Incoming ad break. No, fuck off. Snooze. And I also have a Discord channel. I will spam dragon pictures when I can. Oh, recently I started sharing more spicy stuff instead of like just I mean, I still say dragon stuff because it's cool. I like dragon. Yeah. Dragon good. Oh yeah, Merb sent me a commercial. I guess I have to watch it after. I forgot about it. Yikes. Resville Cobalt, thank you so much for stream. It's been a good one today. Heck yeah, I had fun. I had good food too. Hi Tikaka. Welcome. We're gonna raid out soon to another kobold. Oh, by soon I mean very, very soon. Yeah, soon. I'm so sleepy actually. I don't know how to form coherent thoughts anymore. Or even just talk properly. Made it in time to say hi. Yay! Tikaka made it. The other boat made it. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. I'm Salo is strong, but we're gonna steal Salo shinies. No, I need to update this rate message, honestly. But we'll go with this for now, it's fine. I'll update it afterwards when I remember. Hi Devin. Horse Tikaka as a plush too. Elder boat. Shane. We're gonna steal, well, borrow Salo's shiny. I'm sure I'm sure Salo doesn't mind. Read. Salo. Oh my god, the everything is on top is so weird. I can never get used to this. And 3 Kobo only need a trench coat now? I don't have a trench coat. We need to steal one. Okay. I did it. I type in the raid. I think that's the right name. Why do I just copy and paste? It's fine. Who needs copy and pasting when I can just do everything manually? Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. God damn it. Tomorrow I'll try to do Jade's model. Yeah, I want to see if I can finish it tomorrow. Which is, to be fair, to be honest, most likely not. But I'll try to see if I can do as much progress as I can. We'll see, right? I need to get back to art as well. I'll see if I can finish Jade's model before next year. Before next year. I'll try, definitely. But for now, I'm gonna raid out, I'm gonna go get some food, and I'm probably gonna sleep early today, like Cobalt EP. So yeah, before the raid. Before the raid. I cannot talk anymore. Like, that was not me trying to like make noises. That was actually just me doesn't know how to talk. Oh fuck. Okay. Ooh. Okay, it's fine. Bernie. Oh, I summoned Bernie. Poor Cobalt. No, it's all good. It happens sometimes. It happens when. I mean, this morning has been quite intense, to be honest, like the work that I have to do for a little bit, but it's of a good kind, so I'm not even gonna complain. It's good. So yeah, that's why I'm also very blur, like extra blur. Hey, pie and milk is a good combo. Is it? I don't know. It probably is. Anyway, what was I trying to say again? Right, we're gonna raid out, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much, and also know that you guys are all heckin' love milk, loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Cobalt loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Salo. Dragon milk pie, dragon cream pie. Oh my god, dragon cream pie. Sounds good too, yeah. Someone stop me from being like this. Coconut cream pie. Coconut? What pie is good? Watch your mouth, young lady. You. No. It's just cream pie. No young ladies, only old bolts here. I might be the young lady. Maybe, I don't know. You, Tikaka is old bold. I'm. Maybe? I might be the young lady. I don't. Oh, am I? Elder Dambold. Yeah, Tikaka is Elder Dambold. Tuya! Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna raid out. So, take care, everyone. I'm gonna go get some food and probably gonna sleep earlier today. So, take care. Cobalt loves y'all. Bye bye.